What is up, everybody? Welcome back to March Mascot Madness 4, Part 4, the final part of the round of 64. We're finalizing the final 8 teams to make it into the round of 32. Thank you for joining me every Sunday and Monday here on the channel. I will be uploading these, so check them out. Subscribe, ring the bell if you'd like to be notified when they go up, or just subscribe and I'll be in your feed. Thank you so much for joining me, hanging out. Been having a good time doing it. We are 3 parts in of 8, and we're about to start zipping through the rest of this a lot quicker. We'll have the round of 32 will be next Sunday and Monday, and then we'll do Sweet 16, and then we'll do the rest of it, which is the Elite 8, Final 4, third place game, and the championship game on Monday, March 25th. Today, we have, four key games in today's matchup. Why does I feel like I'm missing a team? Final 4 pick. Oh, okay. I see why. We've been kind of like it's been interesting to look at like the important games, the championship picks, the final 4 round picks, and we've had a couple of them. Days 1 and 3 have been a little more clustered, or a little more clustered with the championship picks. There were 3 in yesterday's. There were, I think, 3 in day 1s, or maybe 2 in day 1s. Actually, I think it was maybe just 1. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't understand how numbers work, apparently. There were a lot in yesterday's. Turns out there weren't very many in others. There were just a lot of important games kind of clustered together, I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. Today, we have 4 key games that we're going to be taking a look at. And I believe, if I remember correctly, they're kind of more toward the bottom part of the bracket. Let me pull this up without overloading the encoder. So we're going to have, let's see, the first one I believe is going to be Minnesota. That is a Final 4 pick. I believe that's my Final 4 pick, and that is the 5th game of today's action. Then we have the most important game of the day, which will be the Baylor-Oregon State game. The Oregon State Beavers are a 2 times Final 4 pick. The Baylor Bears are a champion pick and a Final 4 pick. And then we have Stanford as a Final 4 pick. So it's going to be the bottom, like, quadrant of games, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, game number 4. I apologize. If I said 5, my thing's a little bit off. So it's going to be game number 4, Minnesota-Boston College. Game number 6 and game number 8. So we'll get through, hopefully, some good games here. You can see our opening matchup, which is Clemson taking on UCLA. We'll also have Temple taking on Oregon. That'll be game number 3. That was the thumbnail game. Arkansas and Kansas, which I love. That was randomly picked or randomly like mixed so that we got Kansas and Arkansas. Then the Minnesota-Boston College. We'll go to Villanova to see Auburn take on Villanova. Oregon State and Baylor. Iowa and North Carolina State. And then we will have Ohio State and Stanford, which is the annual final game of the first round. So let's get you caught up on the standings. I won't go super in depth until the end of the video, but we'll get you caught up. We'll give you an update at the middle, in between games 4 and 5, and then we'll wrap it up at the end with a more in-depth analysis and talking about who picked winners and losers and all that good stuff. Untitled still is in the lead. They've been in the lead the whole time. They had their worst day yesterday. They went 3 and 5 after going 6 and 2 the previous 2 days each. So they're in first with a score of 15, a score potential of 147. I'm Going to Win is in second. They moved up a spot. They have 13 points, 131 point score potential. Ryan Sucks is in third. They are 1 point behind second with 12. They have a score potential of 156. Bitchin' Baylor Baddies is in fourth with 10, a score potential of 142. The Will Win eventually maybe took the biggest hit of the tournament so far. They lost their champion in round 1. Alabama was close, and East Tennessee State, well, I guess East Tennessee State was close, and Alabama was even closer to losing. So we have a couple of like just survivors, but unfortunately Gonzaga went down. So that puts the score potential at 86. They currently have 10 points, so they might need some help to get like a Baylor out. They need an Oregon State run, but that's kind of weird because, not weird, but it's like inconvenient because Oregon State is another pick for a bracket that's ahead of them. So I don't know if they can have Oregon State get them some points, and maybe there's another couple of teams that they just need to break their way. I don't know. It's interesting. I haven't looked at the brackets like that super in depth. I should do that for the next tournament and try to get things set a little bit more consistently. I am in last place of my own tournament, 7 points, a miserable 7 points. My champion pick, Syracuse, barely survived. I have Florida still in, and Minnesota is my big pick today. I have 7 points, a score potential of 139. Not terrible, but we'll see how today goes. Let's get into the action. Thanks for listening to our little pregame intro. We have the UCLA Bruins traveling to go face the Clemson Tigers. The double chin Clemson. Oh, gosh. Clemson is we're getting started off with some hot mascot nudity, so get excited for that as we jump into game number 1. We have the press box, we have the All-American difficulty, and we are off for our first game of the day. Clemson taking on UCLA. You can see above me the bracket, the list of games that will happen today, which I enjoy doing because I think it's helpful so you can see kind of what's coming up. But we're going to jump in here. I think I actually need to adjust this Elgato volume. I do. And we are ready for day 4 action. Tip-off won by the UCLA Bruins. And we are underway with a pretty nice blue and orange matchup. The Bruins drop it inside. They're going to draw a foul immediately. First free throw is up and good. And I might actually need to pause this almost immediately. I've had quite the conundrum trying to get this thing figured out, because it is very far off. I don't know if it affects the audio, but it's like a solid 2 seconds. So give me a second. I'm gonna resync this and we'll join right back up in just a moment. And we are back. Should be nice and sunk now on my monitor. Oh, perfect. Clemson working it around the outside there. Ooh, finds a little mid-range jumper, but leaves it just a touch short. It's that front iron, and it bounces off. UCLA drains both free throw shots. They lead 2-0. 2 quick passes inside. Oh, he went for the jump step, but landed on a foot. That's a dangerous play. Not a foul, but that's not what you want to see. Looking for that authoritative jump step. Well, they kicked it to the three-point specialist, number 22, but he doesn't pull the three. Instead, they're going to give it to the center, number 5, trying to work his way in, a little far from the basket. He gets rid of it. Nobody really in the paint here for the Tigers. There's a good look at it, too, but that one's just a touch long. You take those 2 shots at average amount, you probably have 4 points for the Clemson Tigers. Unfortunately, they're coming up empty so far in this one. Clemson, for a school about Tigers, shockingly blue floor. That 3 drops to the UCLA Bruins, off to a good start, 5-0. They're running that play. It's to number 12. He has a clean look at a 3, but it's a touch long. That's going to be blocked on the putback. UCLA's defense doing a good job. They gave up the offensive rebound, came in with the pressure. Good job by Clemson to get a block. Hold this lead at 5. It's unfortunate for them that they could not come up with the loose ball. Spins around, bounce pass, back outside. Step in for a 3. It's short, but the tip-in's off the side of the glass there. That was a weird-looking tip-in animation situation. There's a 2, another mid-range 2 for Clemson, doesn't go, but the putback is good. They missed 5 consecutive shots before finally putting something on the board. 2 quick passes inside. They're going to get the foul and the basket. So UCLA going to the line for the 3-point play. Good news for myself, didn't choke on water in the first 10 seconds of the first game, so that's good news. Number 12, float pass into number 5. Backs down the UCLA Bruin. I was thinking about the Baylor Bears. They're not playing for like 3 hours. Spins around, trying to find some room. Kicks back out to number 12. Sets the screen, working around the outside. That is swatted down by the UCLA Bruins. Short on the 3 with the offensive rebound. Comes up. They come up with the offensive rebound only to get rejected off the glass. I like the drive in there. It's great defense by Clemson to fill the lanes correctly. Get some bonus points in NBA 2K for that move. But, okay, they're really trying the double team situation. Tipped and out of bounds. But, number 15 throws it a little errantly, and it's intercepted by the Clemson Tigers, who are down 6 here with 6.5 to go. Oh, they have the play. It's a little delayed on the pass, but it hasn't really mattered. It seems like the teams have been making, I don't know if it's even. It seems like it should be more deadly when it's wide open, but teams have been doing a good job consistently making contested threes. Number 45, kind of stuck in that weird little situation. Gives me time to find a Kleenex. Exciting commentary here. I'll let you watch. The Clemson Tigers are coming up with loose balls off of tips, off of blocks, off of all of that, and it just aren't able to cash it in. UCLA with a big 10-2 lead here early. Trying to back down the defender. It's tipped and intercepted. And back the other way. Nice aggressive pass and a good defensive presence there. But then they get the foul, and this is just kind of a mess. Like everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Clemson. Even when things are going correctly for them, the wrong result or the incorrect or the bad result is happening. Hey, they got a block. Hey, they got a missed free throw. UCLA still gets the rebound. UCLA comes up with a loose ball. It's been a difficult game. We'll see if Clemson can weather the storm. See if they can get into this offense a little bit more. They're going to call an offensive foul there. And I mean, we even saw an offensive or a similar play to that on the other end of the floor that did not get called. The 3 is up. It's a touch long. Clemson comes away with the rebound. Float pass over the middle is a dangerous option. I think you'd kind of rather see the crisp passes around the outside. It wasn't like he was trying to hit an open player or anything. It was just a bad situation. Clemson's defense, though, coming up with a turnover. Kicking it over to number 12. He gets the 3 up, and it's good. That cuts the lead down to 6. Oh, is it sunny outside now? Oh boy, it's bright. It's right in my face. I looked right into the sun. 5 blocks for the center already. We are 6 minutes gone. He is averaging just under a block a minute. We have a glitch on the other side. See if it'll benefit. Oh, it does benefit the Tigers. It actually benefits the Tigers more than the UCLA Bruins. Going to get the foul and the basket. He'll go to the line to complete the three-point play and cut this lead down 2-3, but he can't get it. Offensive rebound is up, but no good. He gets it again. Goes to the basket and finishes with the right hand. 11-9 UCLA leads. It's been a 7-0 run for the Clemson Tigers. There's a deep three splashed home. That's a good shot for the UCLA Bruins. Extend that lead. Trying to get back into some kind of rhythm. Oh, there it was open. It was open. Float pass inside. Number 3 is going to get fouled on the way up. Second personal foul for point guard number 21. Second personal, second team foul. Front end of the free throws, no good. The back half is good. It'll be a 14-10 game. Substitution, number 10 coming in. Hopefully number 21 wasn't too important to the offensive output. Dangerous spot for that pass. Don't want to see the backcourt violation. 45, backed him down, spins to his left, tries to finish, but it's off the side of the backboard. Clemson comes away with a rebound. Work around the outside, number 21. Well, thought they might have had something there, but there's a dangerous pass. Oh, tipped and intercepted. Clemson with just a few too many of those kind of, oh, we'll just get it over there eventually. Quick passes inside and a nice jam home for the Bruins. 16-10. Clemson looked like they were going to kind of close it up a little bit, but the turnovers on the offensive side have reared their ugly heads yet again. They'll work with that double screen 3. It's just a float pass. It's got to be either a bounce pass or a crisper pass. There's another pass that's intercepted. There's another interception, tipped and picked. This time it's the Clemson Tigers. Oh, nice find inside. Number 3 goes to the rim, but the defensive rotation was excellent. Swatted away. Nice block by the Clemson Tigers. They're in a good rhythm defensively. They've done a good job keeping this at a 2-score game. Even when it was 8-2, 10-2. Didn't feel like they were ever super out of it. Just kind of hope that the offense wakes up and gets into a bit of a rhythm. Neither team, though, performing particularly well offensively. I talked a lot about, I don't know that I believe in any of the teams in Region 3, which would have been yesterday's video. It seems like the juggernauts might be on the top. We've had the Washington State Cougars score 52 points. That would win so many games. At that time, it's a defensive foul. 52 points would win a lot of games. And they lost by 7. You have Louisville, obviously, in the top half of that bracket as well. On the top half of the bracket. There's a little, oh my goodness, they were going for that alley layup and it got blocked. Nothing going right for the Tigers here. Backed off and let them have a free 3 for some reason. Defender was right there. Miscommunication on the rotation, perhaps. It's tipped in, almost stolen. Out of bounds, Clemson ball on the sideline. Number 33 is going to get a deep 3 up, but nothing happening there. What a terrible half of basketball. Both teams are in the bad range of points scored. The defenses have looked better. It's another offensive foul. We've seen that specific play about 4 times now. It's been 2 offensive fouls on the Clemson side, no call, and a defensive foul on the UCLA side, which is bizarre. No, there's a crisper pass. And a nice find into the center. That's one place you can... Whoa. Nice spin move. Somehow I think that helped him get position. Ooh, look at the twirl. Look at the twirl. But it is a 6-point game. 19-13. And just too easy on the interior there for the UCLA Bruins. Stolen away. The center just... I mean, they threw it right to him. He was just kind of there. Working with the screen, trying to find some room inside. It got tipped. It's going to go... I believe it's a 2. Was it 21-13? Now 24-13? Either way, that is a disastrous turn of events for the Clemson Tigers. When you're trying to get back into a game, the thing you can't do is like give up a 2 and then turn around and immediately throw an interception that leads to a 3. UCLA off to a fast start here in the second half. Quick passes inside into a double team. Back out to number 1. Pump fakes a couple times. Gets his defender off his feet. Finds a little mid-range jumper, but he left it a little short. Clemson comes away with the rebound. Some contact around mid-court. Set a screen. Work it around the outside. Shifting. Oh, stolen away, but he's going to slide out of bounds. That is a turnover. 6 UCLA steals in today's game. Seems low. Nice find inside. Flipped up and good. The Clemson Tigers down by 6. Call that. What are they going to call that? Is that a defensive foul or an offensive foul? Looks like it's going to be the center. Picks it up. It was a defensive foul. Second personal, second team foul. UCLA leaves a point on the line. 24-18. Oh, and it rattles around. He gets a friendly bounce. 25-18. UCLA realizing that any even slight pressure can just force Clemson to go, basketball. Defensive foul. Clemson will go to the line to shoot 2. Second personal for number 15. They are going to leave a point on the free throw line as well. Clemson cuts it to 6. They're going to work with some full court pressure here. Into the corner. Throws it across the court. It looked like a Clemson player was kind of in the way, but just wasn't paying attention. Bruins trying to clear out some space. Only got a little mid-range too, but good rotation by the Clemson Tigers. And a good job there to knock it loose. The shot's a little long off the back iron. And we're back up the floor Clemson's way. Dangerously close to the baseline bandit. They stole a number of possessions yesterday. Floated pass over to the near sideline, tipped, but good loose ball recovery by Clemson. Clock is under 10 seconds at 7. They're going to have to get a 3 up here in kind of no man's land. That would have been a shot clock violation, but it was defensively rebounded. That is a horrible offensive possession for the Clemson Tigers. That's a good defensive possession, and they're turning it into a bad offensive possession. He couldn't put it away. It was a little too much juice off the back iron. No good. Clemson's got to be able to come away with points in those scenarios. You have a 6-point deficit. You make one of those shots, you can cut it down to 4. You make a 3 maybe on one of them, you can cut it to 3, and then just they give up the 3 on the other end. Everything has felt so difficult for the Clemson Tigers today. Even when they've had open looks, when they've had quality looks, even if not wide open, they just haven't been able to put it away. We've seen a number of times they've been blocked with layups. It's a credit to UCLA's defense, This Clemson offense leaving a lot to be desired. There's a nice bounce pass inside. One of the few times we've actually seen them able to cut to the basket with no resistance. Bounce pass inside, kicks it back out to number 10. Set the screen, but they don't use it. Slice through a couple of defenders. You get the shot through a couple of defenders' outstretched arms, and it's no good. 9-point game. Nearing the halfway mark of the second half. That was a terrible... what are you doing? I mean, seriously, like, why is that what your design is? We saw Clemson get blocked on an alley layup. There's a nice block. Clemson smartly slows it up a little bit. Oh, they're trying to run that play. It's not run super cleanly. It's a nice throw inside. Almost got stopped by the baseline bandit. Number 5 throws it up and it goes down. Friendly roll. Cuts the lead to 7. UCLA doing a good job when they kick it in. They try to get the matchup or positioning like that. But if they don't have it, they're not afraid to throw it back out to the perimeter. And try it again with a different look and beat Clemson that time. There's a 3. It's well short. And it is. Basket's up and basket is good. Shot is up and good. Clemson down 9. It was like they had their best run in the first half, and like anything, they got it down to 2, 3. Like I think it was a single possession, but then they've sat at this 6 to 8 points. These are the kind of games we see a lot where there's a team that can't even use Clemson or UCLA misses or opposition misses to get back into the game. That's been Clemson in this game. They've had opportunities and they just can't get into enough of an offensive rhythm. Take a timeout here. Unfortunately for me, I've been pretty consistently dealing with bloody noses here. Probably I might actually have to turn the heater down a little bit. I think I overcorrected. And it's just, it's either bad offense or it's turnovers, which I guess would technically qualify as bad offense, but I guess in my head, a bad offensive play would lead to like a block or just a terrible pass. But UCLA's did a good job of creating turnovers. It's been a pretty disastrous game for the Clemson Tigers. The threes haven't been going. They missed the offensive rebound, but they are able to come up with the loose ball. Unfortunately, when he tried to go back up, it got blocked. UCLA for 3. Couldn't get it to go. Probably would have been the dagger. 12 points. I don't know, 15 points. For whatever reason in my head, 12 points is like, okay, it's a couple of good possessions. 15 just is like, that's too much. I do think with the Clemson Tigers, you're talking about a team where they need to obviously cut into this deficit like now. But they need several good defensive possessions in a row, and they could only really leave themselves wiggle room for 1-3. They have not been good from deep today. We saw that with one of the teams yesterday. I forget who it was. But they're going to have to win some possession battles 2-0. That's a good late block by number 45. And I think that will just about do it. It's a 12-point game. I'm going to give up the foul there. Fourth team foul. Clemson will make a substitution. Yeah, see, even their three-point specialist is like not on, and then they have the chance for the tip-in, but it's too strong. Not a good day for fans of Clemson basketball. Hopefully, if you picked them, you didn't have them going far in your bracket. Turned over. Goodness. UCLA flips it in, no problem. With 90 seconds to go, this game is just about over. Probably been over longer than I realized or care to admit, but I had hope. Who was the other team that scored like 25 points? Because I would argue that this was a better offensive effort. If we had to rank the two teams that have scored 25 points, Georgia was awful. Clemson just had no consistency and turned the ball over way too much. You can also attribute it to the fact that they only gave up 41 points, whereas when Georgia scored 25, they gave up 47, which wasn't that. Huh, I guess I thought it was a bigger deficit. Stolen away by Clemson. From what I remember, Georgia was just awful. Clemson has felt more like a team that you look at and you go like, they're going to get going at some point, right? And they just never did. They got turnovers to kind of keep them in the game. They were in the game a lot longer because I think this UCLA team was very inconsistent. Going to be interested to watch going to be interesting to watch while we're watching the Kansas-Arkansas game. Who, does this look like a team that can take out UCLA? Does UCLA end up looking like a team that, yeah, sure, they won by 16 points, but, were they just playing garbage, or are they actually a good team? It's going to be a very interesting matchup next time we see the UCLA Bruins, who win by a score of 41-25. Verify that UCLA is the winner. We will move on to game number 2. Game 1 in the books. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I love doing it. Kansas. J.K. Kansas. And then we're going A, Arkansas. The Razorbacks playing the Jayhawks. Kansas versus AR Kansas. Why are you not pronounced Arkansas? All-American, 10 minutes, and the press box. After calling a play, press R3 to indicate to the players the correct starting positions. Arrow icons indicate dribble options. Circle icons indicate pass options. Great video, by the way, by Kofi about the floor general play calling. And it was interesting to see the play that we talk about so much used as the example. Kansas, the #1 team in the country, getting a home game here. We've seen a couple upsets so far. As Kansas and the Big Beaked Birds score first. 2-0, they win the tip-off, and they're on the board. Arkansas working with the ball, a much slower pace here for this Razorback team. Under 10 seconds to go on the shot clock. Oh, picks up a little bit of a screen. Shoots through a couple of defenders, but the shot is a little to the left, and it looked like a tad short as well. Kansas back on the offensive side. Backs him down, blocked, but recovered by center number 33, who goes to the rim, and he is blocked. Loose ball picked up by Arkansas. Or at the Allen Fieldhouse, where Kansas has won, 45 Big 12 championships in a row. There's a deep three for the Razorbacks, but they can't get it to go. Ooh, nice block there by Arkansas. See if their offense can find any sort of rhythm. Find any points. There's a deep three, and that one is buried to give them a lead. Arkansas has, kind of what you're looking for defensively so far. They're getting some blocks. They gave up the easy two early, but they gave up the... Oh, just kidding. Kansas may be a little anxious there with the release. Rattled off that back iron and dropped. There's a three, another three for Arkansas. Uh-oh. Could be a concern moving forward. Kansas is not able to get into a good offensive rhythm just yet. Arkansas's been playing very well defensively. On the flip side, you look at Arkansas and go, can you score inside? Center spins around, off the rim, and a friendly home roll gets it to drop. 6-4. Hey, my height. They were able to get to the rim a couple of times, at least draw a foul. Excellent job with the loose ball recovery to get to the line to shoot two. First team foul for the Jayhawks. First personal for number 33. Free throw is up and good to push the lead to 3. Second free throw is up and good as well. It's 8-4. As Arkansas appears to want to provide a little pressure in the backcourt. Or just a little bit of peskiness in the backcourt. Kansas inside, just can't get it to go. They're getting the shots that they're looking for. The quick passes inside are working for them. They just can't put them away. There's a nice jam home for the Arkansas Razorbacks. And they can score inside. They're on a 10-2 scoring run. Interesting time to bring that fact up. I feel like we saw like a 16-0 scoring run that they were just like, this is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Dennis. This will work. This will work. The Jayhawks leave another shot short. Working it around. Using that floor general feature that we saw. Oh, he's got a man in the corner, but instead he'll take the mid-range jumper. A poor move on his part as it's blocked, but that free man in the corner came through with a loose ball recovery, but he can't get the shot to drop. Kansas back on offense, trying to drive it. Nice little mid-range game, and that'll be good to cut the lead down to 4. And even they're like, when you look at that play that's supposed to be like 2 quick passes inside, right? It's bam, bam, shot. It's the Arkansas is running it of like bam, bam, shot. Like this entire Razorbacks team is so slow, it feels. They are running with a very deliberate pace. We saw this yesterday. I think it might be making Kansas a little bit antsy. We got to score on every possession because they were spending so long on defense. That's a nice shot. That one's up and good. Quick possession on the Kansas side. Every shot clock resets to 35 seconds these days. So see how long it takes the Arkansas Razorbacks to get up there. Just reasonably quick. A lot crisper on the pass, and we're going to give them the basket and the foul. Second foul for center number 33. Third team foul of the half for the Kansas Jayhawks. The center can't put it away. And The Kansas Jayhawks will take a timeout. Likely for a substitution to get them out of foul trouble. Kansas works it around the perimeter. Finds number 23 inside. Trying to drive to the basket. Does. Gets the finger roll off the front iron. Bounce, bounce, drop. 13-10. Go with a bounce pass inside. Kick it back out. Arkansas with a pretty good look there. Kind of like to step into the three-point shot. It's a little errant. We see Arkansas working with a little more pace here. Oh, they can't leave a three that wide open, and that is why. Absolutely buries that shot. And it's now, it was a what? It was a 10-2 run, and it was 10-2, or 10-4. So it would now be a 9-3 run in favor of the Kansas Jayhawks. They have probably the most unique number, 1/2, which I'm a big fan of. Just inside, the center loses the handle, and they're going back the other way. They don't have the numbers, so smartly Kansas, the ball handler, pulls it back, lets them try to get set offensively, and that'll lead to a foul. First personal, first team foul for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Kansas rewards them with a miss. Apparently their number isn't just 1/2. It's we'll make every 1 out of 2 free throws shots. Nice response by Arkansas with a mid-range 2 to regain a 1-point lead. There's a nice bounce pass to the center. The center gets absolutely rejected. And we're going the other way. Small forward number 10 will find the point guard. Center trying to back down the Jayhawks. Basket is up. It must be one of those things where the game just knows that it's not good. Oh no, they're going to give him the basket. And we're going to get a replay right back. Okay. We didn't get that much. What? I don't remember that happening previously. Arkansas can't top off the three-point play, but they get a couple offensive rebounds. Another shot at it. That one's short, and finally Kansas comes away with the rebound down 3. 3:20 to go here in the first half. It's been a good one so far. Reach-in foul called on the center, and Kansas just ran out of bounds. Maybe the most irritating thing that happens in this game is they just run out of bounds for no reason. Blocked at the rim. They're going to call, I believe, a goaltending here. Got the loose ball, and you can see him swipe through the basket. Go Big Red. 19-14 leads to a steal, kicks to a 3, and he doesn't take it. It was pretty even numbers right there. I think that's a good time to just launch it and see what happens. You kick it back outside. The basket's going to count, so they might end up with a 3-point play anyway. Kansas team falling apart a little bit. Interestingly enough, we have 16 fouls and 3 team fouls on the player who will be substituted upon this timeout. So some severe foul trouble for the Kansas Jayhawks. This is usually the time in the game where Kansas has racked up 6 fouls. Typically, we don't see them end up in the bonus or the double bonus here in the first half. That's exclusively for the second half. And usually the players kind of slow down on their personal fouls as well. But 3 is an interesting number here in half number 1. Stolen away by Arkansas. This has been the Arkansas Razorbacks game. The Kansas Jayhawks have not really had much of an answer for it. Now a 9-point lead. Since it was 10-4. Good. Rattles around and drops. 7-point game here. It looked like the Kansas Jayhawks were able to get back into it. It was 14-14. Is probably the better number to use. I was going to say it was 10-4. That's a helpful number, but since it was all knotted up around 14-14 or 14-13, something like that, it's been all Razorbacks here. That's another miss from point blank for Kansas. Kind of saw that with Clemson earlier, where they were getting offensive rebounds or loose balls every once in a while, but they just couldn't come up with the shot to put it away. There is the tip in, but he can't get it to go. No rush here for Kansas to try to get this down to like a certain point margin or whatever, but if you're going to come up with a good defensive stop, you should be winning these possessions 2-0. Stolen away, and Kansas on a little bit of a fast break, but they'll smartly pull back, let the numbers even out for them. Kansas, a little too strong off the back iron. 29-16, under a minute to go here. Nice find inside, fouled on the way up. Let's see who that gets called on. We should get a shot to look at it here. That is the 7th team foul. First foul on number 55. But he'll go to the line for a 1-and-1. I think there was one time a team had like an astronomical amount of fouls in the first half. But other than that, it's typically like it kind of tops out around 5 or 6, and then the team does a good job adjusting. Kansas is the #1 ranked team in this game. This is kind of what you're looking for. Just a roll of the dice. Let's see who picks up the victory. It's been Kansas, Arkansas, I should say, consistently in this first half. 2 quick passes inside, in between the double team, blocked nicely, or just thrown off the bottom part of the rim. Gives Kansas another opportunity at a shot before the break. Number 23 looking for it, blocked, and they'll be out of bounds. We'll stay with Kansas, as Arkansas obviously the last ones to touch it. Tipped, and Kansas picks up the ball. Luckily, or smartly I should say, they didn't dive. The 3 is up, it's good. It's going to cut the lead to 6 before the break. So a good end to the half there for the Kansas Jayhawks, and a great start to the second half for the Kansas Jayhawks. Immediately a steal and a great opportunity to cut this down to a 2-possession game, and that is exactly what they do. Bank is open as that shot is banked in high off the glass. 27-23. Arkansas drives inside, finds a little room, and drains the 2 in response. Defensive foul called on Arkansas. Spins back around, picks up his 2nd personal foul. The shot is good, so they'll have an opportunity for the free throw. They'll put that one down, and it is a 3-point game. Huge stretch for Kansas. Oh, it's stolen away. Oh, you can't have that. Pushed forward, they're driving inside. It's tipped, kind of blocked. A surprising no call there. Looked like there was a lot of contact. Kicks around, driving inside. Kansas, a little too strong off the back iron. Kansas has made a big run. They were down by, I want to say as many as 11. There's a 3 for Arkansas, and that pushes the lead back out to 6. Is Kansas going to be the one team who's on the wrong side of We can push it. We can get it to a one-possession game, but we just can't get over that hump, that 2-3-point hump. And start to fall apart after that. Obviously, plenty of time here. Only a minute and a half gone in the second half. Into the double team. Tries to back him down. Finds a little bit of room, but blocked at the rim. Arkansas back the other way. Moves it into an interception there. There's quick passes. Aggressively up the floor. They can't get the ball to drop. They'll go to the line, though, to shoot 2. Cut this to a 4-point lead. Oh, they can't get it, but they get the offensive rebound. 3 the hardest way. A made free throw, missed free throw to an offensive rebound, and they get the basket after it. 32-29 Arkansas. Good defensive rotation inside by Kansas. You probably weren't looking there, but if you rewind the video about 10 seconds, take a look at it looked like it was going to be wide open for Arkansas, but they rotated nicely to block that path. Kansas turning it on here in half number 2. There's a couple of pump fakes. There's a look at a 3. Can't get it to go, and it's out of bounds. Kansas ball. Opportunity to take the lead for the first time since it was like 4-2. Unless they led, it was like 15-14. Or 14-13, I think is where it was. Drives inside, finds the point guard. He's going to get fouled. On the way to the basket. Oh, they're going to call that out of bounds. Excuse me. I don't think it was the baseline bandit. But we can give them credit anyway. The baseline bandit steals away a possession. And Arkansas doesn't do anything with it. Kansas back with the ball. Opportunity again to take the lead. This is the hump you're talking about, a one-possession game, which I guess technically would qualify as a one-point game. They get rejected. They cannot grab the lead again. Arkansas, it's a deep shot. I'm not 100% sure if it's a 3. We'll get a look at it. That's not really going to help us. It was indeed a 3, 35-31. Finds number 25. Bounce pass inside. Now you're going to call a defensive foul. Will just be in from the sideline. Center picks up his 3rd personal foul. That'll be interesting to keep track of as we work our way through this one. Kansas has done a much better job with the fouling. At least they haven't had the guy who already had 3 in the first half pick up another foul. Nice block by Arkansas. Kick to the corner. He took a step inside. Allowed the defense to get there, but it didn't matter. Drains the 2 and pushes it out to 6. Bounce pass inside of the center. The center gets rejected, and it's going the other way. Arkansas ball. Nice screen. It's a deep shot for the Arkansas Razorbacks. They get it to go? What? Was that a 3? That was a clean 3? Or was that a tip-in for 2? What the heck happened there? Shot for Kansas up and good to slice the lead down to 7. Probably could use the replay feature there. Multiple shots at the rim for the Arkansas Razorbacks, and they come up empty. They do still lead by 7. With the bounce pass inside, they're going to call a defensive foul. 4th team foul. But the first personal there. Number 5 works it around, looking for a 3 for Kansas, but it's off the mark. Number 24 is going to take a wide open look at a 3 and splash it home. Kansas was, again, in good position. We saw that with Clemson as well, where it looked like the defender was in good position. They just trailed off for no reason. Bad communication. I don't know what's going on there. But center, number 55, drives it back out to the free throw line. There's a big three for Kansas, but they can't get it to drop. Kansas, I think, is starting to get to the point where you got to look at getting it to a specific number. Another big three for Arkansas. It was my concern early in the first half. I talked about it. Their first 6 points were from beyond the arc. They can't keep that hotness. They've been able to score inside as well. They've been a really balanced team. Wouldn't be surprised if their three-point percentage was actually fairly high. I wouldn't be surprised if it was over 50%. There's a nice find inside and an easy basket to push this lead out to, what, 15 at this point? It is indeed a 15-point lead. Right as I was saying, hey, Kansas has 2 minutes to get this down to a specific number. I think you got to try and get it down to 7 here in the next couple of minutes. Tip-ins really would help, but they get 3 shots at it and come up with nothing. String together a couple of good defensive possessions. Kansas was that team, it looks like, that's going to get it down. They couldn't get the lead. They were right there. They could not take the lead on multiple possessions, and since then it has been all Arkansas. 50-33 with 3.5 to go. The number 1 team in the country on the ropes. Nice bounce pass inside. Tough play through the defense. And it is up and good. Bounce pass inside. The center is going to draw the foul. Third personal for the Kansas center. They'll leave that first free throw short. And he'll make the second one. Lead now out to 16 for Arkansas. Arkansas. I'm a big fan. I like that video a lot. Just pounding the screen. Why are you not Arkansas? Hey, Arkansas! It is weird. It's Kansas and then Arkansas. Like, not even close. Not even, like, remotely close to the same pronunciation. 6 of the letters are the same. 75% of the letters in Arkansas are the same as Kansas. Stepped out of bounds, and it's going to be a turnover. The baseline bandit steals another possession. Back outside. Number 15 blocked beyond the arc. This is a surprising result. There's a nice 3 to cut it down to 15. It's just might be a little too late here. Especially if you're going to give it up on the defensive end. They're letting them shoot it at almost 60% clip compared to low 40s for the Kansas Jayhawks. That is going to lose you a lot of basketball games. We're going to get a foul. It'll be beyond the arc. 15 foul here in the second half for Arkansas. Second personal. Interesting to see that the foul trouble was never really much of a problem. It never is. I'm like, why am I mentioning it sometimes in my head when I'm like, well, it could be foul trouble. It's like don't think it ever really has been. But it is something worth keeping an eye on. Maybe this is the one that breaks the situation. Changes things. Oh my goodness. I thought that 3 was good. What bad luck for Kansas. Three is no good. It's 55-41. stolen away, but he dives out of bounds looking for the loose ball. We return to Kansas, sorry. Stripped away. Number 5 comes away with it. Got him to get into that loose, that double team that usually ends in a loose ball. The correct, I mean, even like you look at a play like that where the loose ball is happening, Arkansas has 2 guys in the area. One of them dives and it goes to the guy who is in bounds. Those are the kind of bounces that Arkansas is getting. And we're looking at a team that I think could handily beat UCLA. They scored 55 points. Kansas actually would have been tight. It would have actually matched. They matched what UCLA scored. So I think Arkansas, and not to discredit UCLA or anything, but they had such a good game in this one. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Arkansas easily dismantle the UCLA Bruins. But we'll figure that out next time we see the Arkansas Razorbacks. Arkansas 55, Kansas 41. Verify that the winner is Kansas. I apologize. Submit the score, and we are moving on to our thumbnail match. Oregon taking on Temple. Oregon Ducks, where Sabrina Ionescu played basketball. A lot of fun to watch her. So we will go Oregon, the Oregon Ducks, the Temple Owls. Here we go. Let's get game number 3 underway from Eugene, Oregon, the MacArthur Court. Just making sure, double checking. 10 minutes from the press box. And we are looking at the hardest difficulty, the most skilled mascots. Again, if you want to watch actual mascots play a sport, go watch the mascot hockey game. It was awesome. Sometimes I put stuff on like YouTube when we're out in the living room, and I'm like, she won't like it initially, but there's a gimmick here that she'll enjoy. And she's like, why would you put this on? I was like, oh, it's Mascot. And she was all in. It was great. Oregon with a very quick score. They win the tip immediately on the board. Both Oregon teams here in this bottom part of the bracket did not realize that. They're actually in this region here. I didn't realize it. They are on the opposite half of it, so they would only meet in the Elite 8. But you could have a civil war should both teams advance that far. Temple ties it up at 2. Oregon with a bit of a slower pace here. I do not like the Temple Owls' feet. I don't like owls' feet. I will say that. Weird to have an opinion on an animal's feet, but owls are like super weird. Have you ever see because you just see their feet below all of their body, but you see them lifted up and they have little chicken legs, and you're like, I don't like any of this. I like owls. Owls are great. They are terrifying. They are intimidating to be in front of. There was one time I was down at River Park Square in Spokane, Washington, as we see the first free throw missed, or made, and the second free throw missed. Temple comes away with the ball. Good job to kick it out and work a play. Lehman, I think, had another shot at it. They come up with a very difficult three-point play. We were down at the River Park Square waiting to go see a movie. I want to say it was The Way Back, the Ben Affleck movie. I forget what it was. It was something where it was it might have been. But we were down there. Maybe it was the previous December. It doesn't matter. But there were people. We were there kind of early. She's like, you wanted to walk around? I'm like, yeah, sure. We'll just walk around a little bit. And as we see a steal by the Oregon Ducks, and there was a lady standing outside of one of the stores. They just had a couple owls, and I looked at it and was like, this thing is intimidating to stand in front of. I trust that I'm not going to get attacked here. I believe you. I have faith in your abilities as an animal handler. But this is intimidating because they have huge eyes. and they can swivel their necks 180 plus degrees, and it's just like, woo! No, thank you. But also, yes, please, because owls are cool. Back and forth we go. Battle of the birds here. I do wish that Oregon would wear their duck uniforms in football more often. They're great. If you don't know what that means, look it up. Look up Oregon duck uniforms. 5-2 Temple. Neither team getting off to a good start offensively. They also have a nice court design. Nice steal there by Oregon and a good job to stay inbounds. Good court awareness there. I like the basketball court design that they have. Kicks it back outside. Blocked by the Temple Owls, who end up stealing it away. And back and forth we go. Duck feet, totally fine, by the way. Just, while nothing's happening in this game, let's give opinions on feet. Not really what I wanted to do, but here we are. Oregon cuts the lead down to 1 with a nice jump shot there. A little mid-range situation. Temple running that three-point play. It was weird. They took a step, like, kind of back and to the right, and that shot was a little to the right. It might have been right on point, as we see a huge fast break. Temple Owls push it out to 3 points. Great turnover. And an excellently run fast break opportunity there. Oregon responds quickly and efficiently to cut the lead down to 1. Bounce pass inside, working it around. Owls looking for some room in the paint, but the Ducks aren't letting them anywhere near it. Well, they're not letting him into the paint. They're near it, but it's not like the Ducks are like, yeah, you can leave here. Here's a good fast break, and that'll give the Ducks the lead back, 8-7. Looking for the three, maybe, but they're not finding a three-point specialist. That's a really poor pass. Just way too much of a cluster in there. There's no way you're going to be able to drop that in for a positive play on your side. 2 quick passes inside. Gets a little position on the Duck and able to flip it in with the left wing, I guess you could say, with Birds. Temple could be having a problem where they're running the play, the three-point specialty play, to the wrong player. There's a nice kick for the Ducks into the corner. Nice rebound by number 11. He's trying one-on-one drive inside, blocked and recovered by the Temple Owls. Good opportunity for the Ducks to fill the lane. They're going to provide a little bit of resistance. He was in good position, then he switched to that like strafe maneuver, which slowed him down just enough. And Temple had a fairly clear lane to get to the basket. Into the corner, flipped up and blocked. The Ducks come up with the loose ball, trying to drive inside, backing him down, working his way around. It looks like we have that trap on the spot there. That is the most common spot for it on this either side of the paint. Flip shot is up. It's no good. Blocked. It would have been a real tight shot clock situation for the Ducks had they come up with the loose ball, because it was down to the final 2 seconds. Quick passes inside the center. Fights through contact. Can't get the shot, but comes up with the rebound. Nice job on the putback to watch it rattle around and fall through for a 13-8 lead. Number 1 with a little bit of congestion in his face. Didn't matter. 13-11. Wow, that is a nice find through a contested. Couple of contesting ducks. 15-11. We approach the 3-minute mark of the first half. And kind of a slow game here. Some good defensive plays, but a lot to be desired by both offensive units. Temple keeps trying to run that double screen to free up a three-point specialist, but they're not finding the correct three-point specialist. Trying to find number 3. He takes a little mid-range jumper. The tap in, no good. Oregon opportunity to take the lead with a 3 or tie it with a 2. Quick passes inside. The ball is lost. It'll stay Oregon ball, though. Works it around. Fights through off the rim. No good. Tipped but knocked out of bounds. It was a pretty good opportunity for the Ducks to get a hold of it, but just couldn't come up with it. And unfortunately for the Oregon Ducks, they cannot get this lead or tie it. They remain down 2. Good defensive set there to force the miss. A bit of an errant shot there. There's a 3 for the Ducks, and they got it. 16-15, Oregon leads. Some bounce passes inside. Finds number 44. He gets it blocked. Comes up with a loose ball. And going to draw a foul. And Temple Owls will go to the line to shoot 2. Hammer shakes as the Temple Owls leave a point on the board or on the floor, on the stripe, as it were. Second free throw up and good, though, to knot us up at 16 apiece. Not a terrible shot over a little bit of congestion. Sure, that's not a word, but you're welcome. Quick passes inside. Number 4 is going to get fouled on the way up. And that will mean he'll go to the line to shoot 2. Oof, left it short. 50% at best for these Temple Owls over the last 4 free throw attempts. Could be a 3-point lead. Instead, it's just a 1-point advantage. 1 minute to go here in the first half. That's a nice find. Clean look at a 3, but couldn't get it to go. Those are like the spots on the floor I just have the hardest time shooting the ball. As a basketball aficionado, I need like a little bit of backboard. I just like a corner 3 is just a nightmare for me. Oh, Oregon getting a good look because both defenders kind of fell off the play there, like a bad miscommunication. That one at least makes sense. There were 2 guys that kind of backed off, and then they both re-engaged. Just a tricky communication situation there as it's intercepted. See if the Ducks hold for the final shot. They likely won't. They'll fight through some contact and flip it up and in. The Owls are surprisingly unnecessarily aggressive. They had plenty of time to work the ball up the floor. Final seconds ticking away, I should say. Number 3, a deep 3. He's got it. Whew, to beat the buzzer here in the first half and give the Temple Owls a 2-point lead. Neither offense looked all that great. Both under that kind of 23-point average. 23-29, that's kind of average offense there. Anything below that's bad. Anything above 30, good. And if you can somehow manage to get 40, that is unbelievable. And it's happened, I think, once. It was Duke in like one of the very first tournaments. They just went off. Temple and Oregon here have 40 points combined in 10 minutes plus 30 seconds. As a wild shot there with a duck in his face. But buries the 2, and it's 22-20. Stolen away. 7 turnovers to 5 turnovers, but 1 for the Ducks so far here in half number 2. Quick passes inside. The center fights through contact. Gets the loose ball. He's going to get fouled on his way up on the putback. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. First free throw is good. Second free throw is good. Pushes the lead out to 4. Probably a pep talk in the locker room. It's like, hey, make the free throws, please. The Ducks inside, jam it home to slice the lead in half. 24-22. Bit of an errant shot there. Looked like he was looking for some backboard, but I just did not come up with it there. Oregon with a nice little 4-0 run here. Tying the game with 8.5 to go. God, Temple just doesn't run that play effectively at all. And both times that they have run that play in this possession, they have gone to a non-3-point specialist. Off his feet and good as he fell to the right. Temple retakes the lead by 2. Contested 3 for Oregon is no good, and the Temple Owls will work their way back up the floor. Blocked, and they'll stay on this end of the floor. Pretty good defensive effort there by the Oregon Ducks. Driving inside, kicks out to number 3. They do have a 3-point specialist. He's down there in the corner. It's going to stay out of bounds. I was going to say Temple ball, even though it went out of bounds. I thought that was going to be... I thought that was going to get turned over to Oregon in a terrible turn of events. Instead, they just throw it right to him. Temple 8 turnovers, Oregon 7. Through all kinds of Temple defenders. It's off the rim. No good. 26-24. Trying to back him down here. Spins around. Kicks it back. Back inside. Number 44. Hook shot up and good. Temple back out to a 4-point lead. The Ducks having trouble. I mean, they're doing a good job cutting the lead down, but they aren't doing a great job at getting the lead. It's a nice jam home for the Oregon Ducks. Got the big one next, Minnesota, Boston College. It's a big one for me. Minnesota, my Final Four pick from this region. Temple ran the play for the 3-point specialist, and it ran 2 steps inside. It's a nice mid-range, too. But something about that play just does not compute with the way Temple wants to run their offense. Fires over. Number 2 back to number 1. 1 drives inside. A couple of Temple Owls jumped, and then the second one, the guy that was, the owl that was right in front just watched. Oh, couldn't get the fancy finish. Oregon can tie with a 2, take the lead with a 3. 5:29 to go here in the second half. 2 quick passes inside. Oh, it's excellent defense. But the loose ball is recovered by Oregon. Another loose ball is recovered by Oregon. Multiple missed shots or blocks, and an absolute madhouse down there by the basket. And Oregon somehow comes up empty. Temple gets the positioning they need, a little shoulder bump to knock them out of the way. And it's back to a 4-point lead for these Temple Owls, 32-28. Blocked again by the Temple Owls. They're going to work with a fast break. Good job there. Little unnecessary jump step. The defender had actually fallen off a little bit. Now Oregon's on the fast break. They'll bury it from the free throw line. The lead is 2, and it probably should be 6. Mid-range jumper is good. Each team with 14 makes. Oregon's taken 3 more tries to get those 14 makes. Contact, but no foul called, letting them play. Forces a bit of an errant shot, and Oregon quickly gives the ball back to the Temple Owls. Mid-range jumper for Temple, high off the glass, but it bounces off the rim, no good. Quick passes inside center in great position. A couple of bounces and a friendly bounce on that second one. Cuts the lead down to 2, under 4 to go. It's been a good one, if a little bit slow. Neither offense, I think, all that explosive or really going to pose much of a threat as we move through the rest of this tournament. But these two teams themselves have been very evenly matched. We have a 4-point game. Oregon just hasn't done a good job at getting all the way over the hump. It's felt like it's been between like 2 to 6 points somewhere in there, and the Ducks can't get over that hump. However, it's a pretty good spot for the Ducks to be in. We saw it in the last game with Arkansas and Kansas, where Kansas couldn't take that lead and they fell way behind. The Ducks are doing a much better job at least keeping themselves within a couple of possessions of these Temple Owls. You only need 1-2 good defensive stops at this point to maybe steal away a win to get into the second round. And making free throws like that is going to be a big part of it. Temple's been a little inconsistent, but they've been better here in the second half. The hook shot's no good, and a nice rebound by the Oregon Ducks. There's that good defensive stop. Now cut this lead down to 2. I guess you could cut it down to 1 if you really wanted to. The 2 quick passes inside will probably be the most efficient way to do that. The Oregon Ducks now only trail by a basket. This is where Temple has been really good. They've let Oregon stick around, but they've done an excellent job responding on the offensive side. Drawing the foul there, I'll put them on the line to shoot 2. And this is where I think things are going to get interesting as we wind this game down. Temple's been very inconsistent from the free throw line. Almost mind-bogglingly inconsistent from the free throw line. If Oregon can get one of those 1-and-1 misses in a rebound, and they can win a possession battle 2-0, 3-0, you can cut into this lead pretty easily and when the intentional fouls become a thing. But that's still about a minute and a half away or so. I'll be curious to see how the Oregon Ducks want to play it. 2 quick passes inside and jammed home with minimal resistance there. I mean, the Duck was there, but just kind of got knocked out of position there. 22 points by those power forwards combined. That's a huge loose ball recovery by the Oregon Ducks, an even bigger block by the Temple Owls, and this is what they have been doing. They're letting Oregon in, or they're letting Oregon kind of stick around with them, but they're coming up with big turnovers on defense. They have excellent responses on offense. And they're able to push this lead back out to 6, and that's where it's been. Usually that's the kind of range you're working with. Typically you see like maybe a range of like maybe 2 to 3 points, but this is 2 to 6. That's where the deficit has been for Oregon for a large part of the second half. And this is where you want it. At the 4-minute mark, I was going to talk about that with Kansas, but they completely fell apart toward the end part of that game. There's a 3, but it's no good. Excellent opportunity here for the Oregon Ducks with 1:15 to go. Cut this lead down to 2. It's a mid-range jumper, and it's buried. They're going to put pressure on Temple to make some free throws into the double team. It doesn't initiate the animation that would look like it wanted it to. Almost intercepted. That one's almost intercepted. A couple of really bad passes by Temple are very lucky to have this ball. Unnecessary float pass into the middle for the center. He has 3 Ducks on him. Kicks to small guard number 3. He's a little long on the three-pointer. And with 47 seconds to go, the Ducks work their way up the floor. Oh, it's stolen away. That's huge. Why'd he throw it? He passed it to the man who was trying to set the Duck that was trying to set the screen. Almost a backcourt violation. The Ducks really only need 1. They'll go for the defensive foul. I don't love it, but I understand it. I think that's a situation where you need to take the foul as soon as the Owls have it, or as soon as they get past the midcourt stripe. But I think they started with it outside anyway. So Temple will go to the line to shoot 2. They have not been the best at the free throw game. Second one is missed in a timeout by Oregon. Oregon. You want to go to Oregon? We'll go to Portlandia. 17 seconds. Oh, it's blocked. Oh, it was a terrible shot. He turned around and threw it right into the defender's hand. Temple can ice this game. 46-42. 2 doesn't really do a whole lot of good for you. It's left off the front iron, and Temple is not consistent at free throws. 46-42. This is big news for the Oregon Ducks. If they can quickly, and that's a key piece of this, if they can quickly get a 3. If they can quickly get a 3. 3, 2. Oh, they wasted all the time. They left it short. Game over. The Ducks threw their opportunity away, but the Temple Owls were consistent in their ability to respond. 46-42, your final. Verify that Temple is indeed the winner, and we will submit those scores. That was a good game. I'm going to check the Stats Central real quick because not a lot of threes taken in this game. A total of 11. 3 for 11, not great. The free throw, okay, the Temple Owls free throws weren't as bad as I thought they were. Oregon did not get to the line much. They were a perfect 2 for 2, but they only had 2. Temple had 4 extra free throws that kind of damaged their percentage. I thought they were really bad, but they must have made a lot of them in the midsection of that game. It's a brutal end to the Oregon Ducks as Temple moves on. We will move on. Minnesota taking on Boston College. Minnesota Golden Gophers. Boston College Eagles. This is my Final Four pick from this region. We're going to get some more important games, including the most important game of the day, Baylor-Oregon State. A champion and Final Four pick in Baylor, and a 2-time Final Four pick for Oregon State. We'll wrap it up with Stanford and Ohio State, which is a Final Four pick as well. I really thought Oregon had a great shot to try and win that game. That was exactly where you wanted to be as far as like your point deficit, and a team that, while they weren't as bad as I thought they were from the free throw line, still were inconsistent enough to merit some kind of worry, but they just, a couple bad possessions there. The game doesn't do a great job of recognizing like situational awareness. It's actually a big problem that I have with MLB The Show, as Minnesota wins the tip-off and knocks down their first basket. MLB The Show, I was playing a game today that'll go up, actually tonight, where there's like a play where it's like, man, this should be like just a single, and then they've pushed it to try and get a double. We should have him, no problem. But the game doesn't like realize that, and so it's just like a casual throw in. It's like, no, you keep your head up. Come on, pay attention. So that can be a little frustrating with this game, where it's just like you got to get up the floor and get the three quickly. But the three was not really anybody's strength, or even didn't really seem like much of a concern for either of those teams. The Minnesota Golden Gophers could be working with a three as in importance. There's another three. Boston College can't make theirs, and the Golden Gophers come up with the loose ball. Thankfully, we've been treated to a couple of mostly decent games over the last couple of matchups. Hopefully this one follows more the template of Oregon taking on Temple rather than Arkansas, Arkansas, and Kansas. There's a big three for Boston College. Never looked good. Looked left the whole way. And Minnesota retains their 3 points, or maintains their 3 points. Their 3-point lead is the first personal foul is called. A little bit of a reach in there. It's an open Gopher in the corner, but they move things around a little bit. Nice find to number 31, who tried to go for the steal but missed. Big doofus over there. Bounce pass inside and through a couple of Eagle defenders. I'm not 100% sure how he was able to get that ball up and then get the rebound and the shot. Wait, did they call that not good? Was that shot really not good? He missed the first free throw as well. I thought the shot dropped. So Minnesota comes away with a 1 on that possession, and they'll knock it up to a 4-point lead, 6-2. As we see, wow, Boston College step out of bounds. Number 11 driving inside, kicks back out to 31, their 3-point specialist, back inside. Stolen away by the Boston College Eagles. That's a big turnover for them. Don't want this game getting out of hand too early. Granted, 8-2 isn't the worst deficit, but if your offense is struggling, you can't put them in a position where, or you can't put yourselves in a position where you have to change your philosophy early. You can survive some misses if your defense can keep it close, or you can keep it close on defense. Again, I keep talking about it like it's a separate unit, because we see another foul here. It's the same 5 players up and down the floor. Speaking of defensive units, we'll have hopefully some good games tomorrow in NFL 2K3. Hosting every Tuesday, random rosters. It's been a rough season as far as my luck has been concerned with good teams playing good teams. There's a very large separation between the good teams and the bad teams. And we have way too many good teams playing bad teams. So we'll hopefully find some playoff contenders to check out tomorrow, right here on the channel. Subscribe if you'd like more. Bounce pass inside. Stunner spins around. Ooh, weird glitch there on the basketball. Stays here with Minnesota. Firing it all over the floor. Getting close to the end of the shot clock here. 9 seconds on it. They'll let it go with 8. It's no good. Boston College back up the floor with the ball. Right around midcourt. Oh, easy bounce pass inside and flipped it up and good. Left hand finish. And the Minnesota Golden Gophers lead now down to 3 with a slow rotation on defense. Neither team with explosive offense here to start this game. Don't forget, after this one, we'll get you caught up on the bracket standings. The 3 a little short, but the tip-in's good. And that makes it 9-4. Driving inside, a little float hook there, a blocked shot. They're going to get another opportunity at knocking some points through when they do so successfully. 9-6, as I am reminded that I need to go turn off the heater that I turned up too high. It's been kind of cold here today. I guess it hasn't been too bad. But I just haven't, the weather has been very odd around these parts over the last week or so. It was dumping rain earlier, but then when I looked outside, the sun was breaking through the clouds and crushed my eyes. Even with daylight savings time kicking into gear, the sun's still down at 7:30. Up and no good. Minnesota hitting a bit of a dry spell here. It's kind of helping both teams. Neither team, there's a 3, but no good. Tipping is good. Boston College isn't really taking advantage of Minnesota's lack of points. Minnesota's not really taking advantage of Boston College's lack of points to try and stretch this lead out. So through the first 5.5 minutes, we have 17 total points in a 1-point game. Trying to drive inside, works his way through the paint, kicks to number 11. Defender on him, short on the shot. And Boston College with an opportunity to take the lead here. There's a 3 from number 11. Gopher in his face, but can't get it to go. Minnesota drives inside, kicks it, dumps it, passes it, back and forth they go. And polishes it off with 2 points, 11-8. The Eagles looking to set up a play here. They're going to throw it inside. Fights through a little bit of contact, but left is short. It's 11-8. Still, because neither offense wants to score any points. They're not interested in it. Both offenses very slow, too, at setting up the plays they want to do. The opposite of that is a fast break, which they still don't run very effectively. As you could argue, the defense was in a pretty good position there. Back it out. But even, it just feels like a team that should be running away to get some points is not able to do that. Maybe they don't have the speed for it. But they do have the free throw accuracy as it is knocked through. Oh, that's going to be we're going to call a defensive foul on that. Thought it was going to be an offensive foul. You saw the Eagles' head snap way back. It's going to stay on this end, the center. It was actually a really smart play. Too often we see the offense or the team that had the ball knocked away from them go for it and lose possession. The center saw that, bounce back, and just watched it go back. That's what you're looking for. Here's a fast break for the Eagles, and they get it to go. 12-11, Boston College with, I think, their first lead of the game. They were tied 2-2. Unless they got off to the fast start, and they were the ones who won the tip, and I just had that backwards. Either way, they don't have that lead for long. First lead or second lead doesn't really matter. Oh, they couldn't get that to drop. No foul on the contact. And it's one and done for the Eagles, who bat the ball away, but the Gophers come away with the loose basketball. Threw it away right to number 11. Two quick passes inside. Center driving them down. They're going to get fouled on that one. And they'll go to the line to shoot two. One first personal foul. Second team foul. And that'll knot it up at 13. And the second free throw gets the friendly home roll for the 1-point lead. Boston College employing more of a defensive full-court press. Try and maybe force some turnovers to create some offense. It's just better offense by the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I don't know if that is the defense not working for the Eagles or what. But Minnesota came right at them, took that lead right back, but Boston College switches it back in their favor with a monster two-handed jam. Quick passes inside the center. Can't get it to go through the contact. Boston College can push out this lead a little bit further. Oh, it's stolen away by the Golden Gophers. Maybe a bit of an errant pass. There was a lot of traffic in the area. A little bumping and jostling could have jarred that ball loose. Quick bounce pass. Through the contact. Can't get it. That contact draws the foul, and I believe they're going to give him the basket, so it should be three-point play for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. 15 foul of the first half for this Boston College unit. The free throw is up. The free throw is good, and the lead shifts back to Minnesota. This time it's a 2-point lead. Minnesota working with a little full-court pestering, but they back off it fairly quickly. And you can kind of see why. It left them very vulnerable on the other end of the floor. Nice behind the back pass, but the three-pointer's a little bit short. Final shot opportunity here for Boston College. We've already seen a couple of them go. Oh, get it back to the other guy. No! The center left it short. Actually had way more of an opportunity to get that ball up than I realized. I thought the clock was a little bit lower. We've seen a couple of deep threes beat that first half buzzer. And they got rid of it got it out of the three-point specialist's hand. You're like, no. Moved it inside, got blocked. Loose ball recovered by Boston College. The follow-up is no good. Minnesota takes over. We're all knotted up at 18, so both of these offenses looking very bad. Each have had some bright spots. There's a bad turnover. But each of these teams just looks very slow. They look like they are a very methodical team trying to set up a specific play, using as much of the shot clock as they can. That one is swatted down as the Boston College Eagles pick up the pace just a little bit. There's a three for Minnesota, and as if to spit in my face. Now they're running some offense pretty quickly. It's probably more consistently fast than I realize. But it is kind of like, man, this game has just been slower. Nice little duck there to get wide open, and that's blocked. Spins inside, finds number 23. He's going to slide around and try to find an open look. Minnesota leads the rebound category 11-9. I do appreciate the stats that we get. There's a three for Minnesota, but it's off the mark. Boston College again, not taking advantage of the missed opportunities, the missed baskets by the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Bit of a wily pass there, but even wilier pass that's picked off by the Golden Gophers. They're working it back the other way. Finding the center who looks for the forward. Thought that was going to be a pretty easy two, but a good hard collision there at the basket. No foul called. They're going to give it up wide open inside. do exactly what Minnesota was trying to do to them. But bounce it through, an easy 2 for Boston College. 21-20. Couple minutes gone here in the second half. Again, another piece of hard contact. That one's going to draw a foul as he kind of just hit the underside of the rim. So your first free throw is up and good. Second free throw is up and good. Oh, stolen away by Minnesota. They're going to jam it home, and that is a huge swing, a 4-0 swing, where Boston College didn't even get the ball to midcourt. Talk about that a lot with the NFL stuff that happens on Tuesdays. Subscribe for more. Where you want that double dip. You want to score with little to no time left in the second quarter, and then receive that second half kickoff. You either tie a game, double the lead, like it's 14-point lead. Like, that's what Green Bay did for so many years with Aaron Rodgers. You want that last drive, and that is what you're looking for on the basketball side. A quick turnover. And we saw one of the teams yesterday really do a nice job to close the gap with that same mentality, where they scored right at the buzzer. They came out and fired immediately with the 3, and they cut a lead down from 9 to like 3. Or maybe it was like 11-6 or something, 11-5, whatever it was. But it was I don't remember if they won. I don't remember who it was, but it was a very important part of that game that happened that I don't remember. Deflected in the center for some reason out by the 3-point line. That's not what you're looking for. Spins around and fires an interception. And neither team can really seem to find much of a rhythm here. Oh, there's a 2 for Boston College. A little long. We'll stay a 3-point game. We're going to get a backcourt violation. Haven't seen one of those in a while. We saw one team have like 3 or 4 of them. I think they had 3 of them, and it should have been a 4th. Boston College. Ooh, keys it in from the baseline. They're going to end up turning the ball over to Minnesota, who is lucky to keep it in bounds as they go sliding toward the sideline. Spinning around, trying to find a place to go with the ball. Oh, there's a nice little turn and a good job to create some space. Finish with the left hand. A couple of bounces, drops that ball through. 27-22, 4 minutes gone here. Half number 2. We have 4 great matchups coming up later. Auburn, Villanova, Oregon State, Baylor, Iowa, NC State, and Ohio State, Stanford to end it all for the first round. We'll be back next Sunday as Boston College slices the lead down to 2. See if Boston College can do what Oregon did with Temple and just kind of keep the game close. But maybe execute a little better toward the back end of the game. And I get the question you can flip as well is, can Minnesota respond when Boston College goes on a run or gets a couple of good possessions in a row? Looking for the tie. They're going to draw the foul. They'll go to the line to shoot 2. We'll be back Sunday with round of 32 part 1, and then Monday with the round of 32 part 2. That basket left short, so 27-26. This was Kansas's problem all the way back in the first game of the day. Second game of the day, excuse me. They got to 1 point. They got to a 1-point deficit and could not close it. Minnesota almost just ran out of bounds, and it almost shimmied out of bounds, and it finally comes away with a 2. He took like the R2 step to the right and then jumped back left, fading, and hit it to make it a 3-point Minnesota lead. Bounce pass inside. Blocked. But Boston College comes up with the loose ball and leaves it a little short. He was going to be in dangerous position to get blocked again. Bounce inside to number 13. Kicks it out to number 15. 15 tries to drive around but can't find anything. He's going to get blocked at the line. Takes a step. There's a find and a nice shot there. Minnesota 31, Boston College 26. It's a big 4-point run for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Led by just one not too long ago. It was a good opportunity for a three. The defense was there. The defense got there. Did not matter. Buries it, and it is 31-29. 4 minutes to go in the second half. Boston College is right where you would want to be. This is kind of the time where you look at the score as myself as the commentator and go like, okay, if you're an X team that's down, if you're Kansas, you want to cut this lead to 6 by the 2-minute mark. And if you're Boston College, you're kind of already right in that range. 1 to 2 possessions, maybe 3. But you're gonna want to just kind of keep this score between 2 to 4. That one is rejected. Excellent defense there. Boston College has not done a great job at answering when they have the opportunity to tie or take the lead here in the second half. See if they can figure it out this time around. Or can Minnesota get another key defensive stop? No, it's a friendly roll. Both teams with 13 made field goals, but Boston College has taken 5 extra shots. Oh, just too easy for Minnesota. It's absolutely sliced through that defense. 35-33 your score here, under 3 to go. Driving inside, block. The loose ball is recovered. 7 blocks for Minnesota. Just 3 for the Boston College Eagles. Throws it away, and that's the conundrum. Some of these teams just cannot close that gap. On the flip side, some of these teams are very good defensively and come up with those big steals, those big blocks. Boston College still in a good position here, only down 4. They just can't let this get too wild. That's a great offensive set there. And that'll keep you right where you want to be. Really backed off the 3-point specialist there. Got tipped right back to him. It's off the left iron. And they're going to go with a fast break into 3 Gophers. It's a good job to turn around, recognize, find the 3-point specialist, or just find someone open. Quick powers, quick passes inside. Boston College has done it. They've climbed the 4-point deficit mountain, and they have knotted this game up at 37. Under 2 to go. Minnesota needs a play here. Drives a couple steps inside the 3-point line and tries a mid-range 2, but leaves it short. 1:30 to go here in the second. I don't know why this shirt has so much trouble dealing with me. Timeout Minnesota after a strong rejection near the goal, near the basket. Boston College with a full court pressure here. Some good passing by Minnesota. The Eagles, I mean, they at least try. There is no team that runs it as well as Louisville does, and the way that Louisville runs it. Stolen away by the Boston College Eagles. Are on the fast break, looking for the lead. They got it, 39-37. Minnesota took a timeout and came out with that. I'll take another timeout. Boston College working with that full court defense again. It gets broken through by Minnesota. It doesn't feel like it's a press necessarily. It does just feel like it's kind of a, hey, we're in the way. Baseline Bandit absolutely stole possession right there. You could see he was a step and a half too close to the line. I like what Minnesota's doing here. I think you could probably start to foul once you get past that midcourt line. However, these teams do tend to pass the ball a lot on this end of the floor while the clock runs down, so you could theoretically get in the lane like they did. Just got to come up with the loose ball, which they do. They good no timeout there. He drives inside, gets fouled on the way up. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Oh my goodness. It's a great job not fouling. Big free throws here. The Gophers leave it. They leave it short. I forgot that this was my final 4 pick from this round. It's going to be big trouble for old Shawnee Poo here. Two more fouls here. 20.5. Minnesota had exactly what they wanted. Oh, a good decision there by Boston College. That burned about 3 seconds. And maybe 2.5. It's a 1-and-1 opportunity. The Eagles make the first one. It's 40-37. And it's 41-37. Minnesota. And this is why you talk about like a team just kind of staying in pace with them. They're down 4 to 6, 2 to 6 points in that range throughout the most of the second half. But that's all it takes is one good defensive stand, a nice play on offense. Stolen away. I mean, you have Minnesota just throwing the game away. They got a steal. They're going to take a 3. And it's out of bounds. What a disastrous finish for the Minnesota Golden Gophers, and they will be eliminated 41-37. And that is going to take a big toll on my bracket. Verify that the winner is indeed Boston College by 4. Minnesota had exactly what they wanted. They got the steal. They didn't foul smartly. They didn't foul all the way down the floor, and they left both free throws. Oh, heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. As for a person, like, yes, I have the bracket filled out. I'm having a good time doing that. I want my teams to win and do well, blah, blah, blah. But even just as, like, a commentator, like, I would love a fantastic finish. You know? I'd love to see, like, another buzzer beater. That'd be fantastic. But we don't get it here. Auburn is going to be the next away team. They are going to be playing the Villanova Wildcats. Wildcats and Tigers will come up here. In just a moment, I'm going to refresh everyone on the brackets here. And I will do this, and I will go challenge. Now we'll take a look at the predictions. We'll just give you kind of the scores and what the points remaining are. Untitled, who got off to such a hot start, 12 points in the first 2 videos combined, really slowed here in the last couple of parts. They only have 4 total points. They now sit with 16 and a score potential of 136, though they are still in the lead. I'm Going to Win is in second with 14 points and a score potential of 122. Bitchin' Baylor Baddies is up to 3rd place now. They're having a good round. They're up to 3rd place with 13 points and a 141-point score potential. Ryan Sucks, still with a pretty high score potential. And actually, now that things have kind of settled in an interesting way, we'll have to take a look at later. The highest score potential left is for Ryan Sucks. They do have a Final Four pick in Stanford playing. We could see some big damage coming up here in the second half, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. They are in 4th with 12 and a 144 score potential. Will win eventually, maybe holding down that 5th spot. They are sitting there with 12, 78-point score potential. And I am still in last with 9 and a 121-point score potential. Big games coming up here in the second half, and it's going to be more of a break for me than it is for you, but we're going to be looking at that Oregon State Baylor game. It's a Final Four pick and a champ pick in Baylor, taking on a 2-time Final Four pick. And we have a Final Four pick in Stanford as well. So stick around. We got more basketball action coming your way in just a moment. For you on YouTube, we're going to just pause the video real quick. Thank you for hanging out. If you want more, again, it's a good time to subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified when I post new videos. You can look at the bracket at challenge.com/MMM2024. And if you want to fill out a bracket, you'll be able to do so next year when we run this tournament back again, depending on who wins, maybe without Louisville. We could put in maybe a couple of different mascots and get rid of some of them that I'm not a super big fan of, like Nebraska. But thanks again for watching. Hopefully you're enjoying. We'll see you in just a second for more NCAA 2005 March Madness action. Thanks for watching. Okay, we are ready. We are back, and we are jumping in to game number 5. Villanova taking on Auburn. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. So far, we only have 2 top 5 potential games. I guess you could probably throw in the Minnesota-Boston College. It kind of reminds me of there was one other game. It was like the one good game in round 2. Oklahoma and Marquette, where it's like, yeah, it was pretty good, but it was kind of slow and dull, I guess. Oh, also the Oscars are happening, I just realized. Oh, and we got a Mario Day announcement, which was very weird. It was like, hey, we have an announcement that we're making a sequel to a movie that made $1 billion. We're going to talk about that for 2 minutes, and then in the final 30 seconds, they announced 3 release dates. Like, what? Hold on, there should have been more here. Why aren't you talking more about Thousand Year Door and Luigi's Mansion 2? Thousand Year Door coming out a lot sooner than I anticipated. That game will be on the channel for sure. For sure? For sure. Big 3 for Auburn, as we have Tigers taking on Wildcats here in game number 5. The big one's next, Oregon State and Baylor. So stick around. The center gets fouled out near the free throw line. The shot's no good, but he'll go to the line to shoot 2. The first one's good. The second free throw also up and good. Nova cuts the lead down to 1. I don't know why there's a U after Aub. I mean, I know it's Auburn, but it's just... Some of the nicknames in this game are, like, a little weird. Or maybe not nicknames, but, like, the display names are a little odd. Like Texas Tech being, like, TTE. Trapped at the midcourt line. Could have proven to be a problem, but he's actually able to use it to his advantage. Took it in, but could not polish it off. I mean, I guess if those games are the top 5 games of the tournament, then that's just kind of how it goes. I don't think it showcases it in the best light. Nice block by Auburn. One of those kind of late blocks. It seems like things are going to be just fine for the offense, but they're able to close out nicely. Villanova should have had a better shot at blocking that on the fast break, but couldn't come up with it. Auburn takes a 3-point lead, 7-4 with 2 minutes gone here in the first half. Working it around for the 3-point specialist. He's got it up, he's got it good, and it's 7-7. Fight through a bunch of traffic. They're going to get it to number 33. He has a good look at a 3, and it's buried. 3-point lead right back for Auburn, 10-7. Stolen away. That's a bad pass. Pretty good defense there for the most part. At least forced a bit of a tough shot, but they got the rebound back. In great position. 3 Wildcats there in the area, but one of them getting up after getting knocked down. They got knocked down, but they got up again. They're never going to keep him down. Looked like he held on to that for just a moment too long. So like he let that go when he was past the apex of the jump, kind of coming down, but found the bottom of the basket and cuts the lead down to 2. Good match so far here between Auburn and Villanova. Almost freed up another 3, but instead it's contested. A little slow on the action there with the pass. caught near the paint. Back to the center. Caught again. Almost stolen away. It'll go Auburn. Oh, Auburn's going to get the ball. Not sure who touched it, but probably shouldn't have been a turnover in favor of the Auburn Tigers. 12-10. They're running that three-point play to perfection, and they're getting the wide open threes to prove it. 15-10. Oh, we tried to throw it inside. It's a floated pass. It's tipped, or stolen away, I should say. Villanova, at least a good effort on defense to prevent the fast break and the easy points that come along with it sometimes. They forced the tough shot and remain down by 5. Villanova seems just a little bit slow on running that three-point play at times. Instead, they find a fall-away 2. That goes really nowhere. Auburn drives inside, gets fouled on the way up. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Free throw is up and good. Pushes the lead out to 6. Free throw up and no good. So the lead will stay 2 possessions. Villanova Wildcats bringing it back up the floor. They've been stuck at this 10-point total. There's a nice 2. As Villanova buries it. Tigers working it around the outside, driving in. We're going to get fouled yet again. They'll go to the line to shoot 2. They only made 1 last time they were on the stripe. The Tiger stripe. And again, they only make 1. So they've been able to push this lead from 5 to 7 when it could be from 5 to 9. Nice spin move by the Wildcats. A little bit errant on the shot. They're going to go for the circus shot again. They'll get fouled on the second try. The first free throw is up and good. And the second free throw, good as well. So that'll cut the lead down to 3. They're trading 2s for 1s. Not what you want if you're Villanova. You can't rely on the Tigers missing free throws like that. But they are letting you kind of back into this game. A little bit of contact there, but no foul called. The shot is good. We're going to push the lead out to 19-14. Villanova's defense doing a pretty good job just trying to keep them in the game here. There's a nicely run three-point specialty play, but they can't get the basket to drop. And that's the big problem with it. If you're not on fire from 3, if you can't even get it to the three-point specialist, it's about the best they've run that play. And it still didn't work. Auburn on the other side, they run it. Same result, missed shots. A deep 2 is good to cut it to a 1-possession lead. Nice find, good stroke. Number 3 bounces it into number 10. They're going to get another foul on the interior. We'll see what the Villanova Wildcats, or what the Tigers can do from the line here. First free throw's good. Trouble just making 50% of them, and that trouble continues. Villanova's going to take a timeout here, down 4 with 3:32 remaining in the first half, likely for a substitution. Bounce pass inside, center backing down the Tigers. Into a triple team there, finds a little bit of space it looked like, but fouled on the way up. Nice shot there, and gets the friendly home roll to cut it down to 3. And they are able to bury both free throws, so that's been the difference, is the number of times Villanova has been able to trade 2 points on their end for just a point on the opposite end. It's been huge. They have given up some open looks at 3. Oh, can't get the basket to drop, and I thought it was going to be an opportunity for an offensive rebound. The center went up way too soon for that one. But Villanova does come away with the loose ball. 2-point game. Mid-range jumper is good. Rattles home, and we are all knotted at 20. Both teams with some good offensive production here in this one. The good offensive production continues with a sweet bounce pass inside. Surprisingly aggressive there for Villanova to throw it up the floor. I don't think you want the center. They have 2 centers. I don't think is what you want at all. The 14 drives inside, finds a little bit of room and splashes it home. 8 for 15 to 7 for 13. Oh, wow. Nice bounce off the rim there. That might be the friendliest bounce we've seen today. Clanked off the right iron, but still drops through. And that was a 3-point shot. There's a 3 for Villanova. They bury it to tie the game up. Good response from the Villanova Wildcats. They are 3 for 5 from beyond the arc. Auburn 50% at 4 of 8. Under 2 minutes to go. They're running that play yet again. Auburn probably on this left side over here. It's a 3-point specialist. He's wide open, but it was right the whole time. Villanova with an opportunity here to take the lead. We've seen some teams really struggle in this situation. And Villanova runs a very interesting offense with 2 centers. The shot from the free throw line or just beyond it is no good, a little short. Auburn can regain control where they've been in, or where they've possessed for most of this first half. It's a good offensive motion there. On the backside behind the shooter there. Pulled the defender out of the way, and it was a clean look. Kind of pick your poison, like, you want to give it to the guy who could be open for 3, or do I want to stick with that guy and take the 2? Auburn buries it, and it's a 5-zip run here. That is not what you're wanting to see. They continue to be 50% from 3. 41 seconds to go. Is Villanova going to be the latest team that can get close? They can tie it, they can get into a specific range, but they just can't get over a hump. 3-point specialist ended up into a double team. That shot's a little short and left. Auburn was in control for a large chunk of this first half. Villanova did a great job whittling that lead down, but they are falling apart here as the first half comes to a close and getting really aggressive on the inbound passes a couple times now. That's going to be tipped and intercepted. Auburn with a huge, I guess not huge, but a real deep 3. Thankfully for them, it doesn't end up in the basket. Auburn ends the half on a 7-0 run and takes a 7-point lead into the break. Number 10 drives around inside off the left iron, no good. Hits some glass beforehand. There's a nice feed inside, and Villanova finally back on the scoreboard after a really bad final couple minutes of that first half. They've sliced this lead down and been able to tie it before. Can they do it again? There's a big 3 opportunity for Auburn, and they absolutely crush it. Splashed home. And the lead now 8. I can't believe Villanova plays offense with 2 centers. That's absurd. I think it was a team when I was doing some of the random rosters in 2K24, but there were some teams that were doing that, and it's like, what on earth are you doing? That shot well short. Auburn with a three that's no good. Into the corner. Bounce pass over. Trying to find some room inside. Nice feed, but he can't quite get enough mustard on it. Oh, and Auburn left open for another three, but he can't knock it down. Both teams shooting pretty well from beyond the arc. Bounce pass inside, Nova. Falls away for two, and we'll cut the lead down to 6, 35-29. Couple minutes gone here in half number 2. Tigers have looked good in this one, and the Wildcats have, for the most part, done a pretty good job at least staying in, keeping up with the pace, I guess, of the Tigers and cutting into the lead a little bit. But that rough end of the first half is sliding here into the second half, and that is not what you want to see. Tigers back with the ball, driving inside. Nice block there by the Villanova Wildcats. It'll stay with Auburn on this end. But a nice defensive effort there. Good pressure there by Villanova. Stayed on him very nicely to force the errant shot. Those are the kind of good defensive stops you'll need. You don't need them. I mean, you need them in a consistent manner, but you don't need, like, you have to get 4 in a row. You need, like, 2 of every 3 to be good. But on the on the offensive end, you have to come through with some points. Slicing and dicing their way through. It's a 2. That'll at least cut it down to 7. It's a nice find and a good shot. They can get another defensive stop here. They can really help themselves out. The easy pad, the bounce pass inside, blocked, and the loose ball almost recovered by Auburn, even though there were 3 Wildcats in the area. We said that, I've mentioned that a couple of times now. Bounce pass inside, 3-point specialist left it short, and they can't get the rebound. Good pressure there by Auburn. Crowded him right next to the basket. There's another bounce pass inside. Fights through some traffic and lays it in. Bounce pass inside. He's going to bring it out past the 3-point line to the perimeter. Going with a center in the from point blank range. Just can't find the bottom of the basket. Auburn with a 3 that's a little wide. And this has been some of the problems that we've seen here have been that teams aren't taking advantage of the opposition's lack of points. Villanova's not able to cut into the lead. There's a 3, contested but splashed home. 4 for 16 3-pointers. Goodness gracious, Auburn has taken a ton of 3s. Are they 0 for their... Does that make them like 0 for their last 8? Auburn will retain the ball on this side of the floor. Because they were 4 for 8. It was like 3 for 6 and 4 for 8. Something like that. And they were 4 for 16. They are 0 for their last 8 threes? That seems kind of wild. Unless I read the stat wrong. Auburn makes both free throws to push the lead back out to 8, 42-34. Halfway home in the second half of action. Center to small guard. I thought it was going to be center to center action right there, but just a nice feed inside and a good move for an easy layup, and that'll be a 6-point match, or 6-point game, I should say. Bounce pass inside, spins around and kicks it out. Has a look at a three, but he can't get it to go. Ooh, aggressive and dangerous pass up the floor. There were 4 Wildcats in his area, and he found the one guy in between 5 Tigers. As we see one of those passes almost deflected. Running to the corner. There's a big three, and that'll cut the lead down even further. Nice shot there, slices it in half. It is 42-39. Right as we approach that mark where you look at it as a commentator and go, okay, they got to get it to this deficit by this time frame. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the steal. Kind of worked out in their benefit, or worked out in their favor, which is a little surprising because he was in good position to try and get the steal, but missed that and somehow was able to get around the offensive player. As Villanova buries a 2. Small forward number 2 having a nice game. 15 points of the 41. And a balanced attack between the first and the second half. A nice job with the block. The Auburn Tiger just stood there. Could have been aggressive to the ball to avoid that turnover. It's a 7-0 run for Villanova. This is what they needed. They gave up the 7-0 run. They get blocked and it's turned over. Unfortunate timing on that bad offensive decision, but these are the kind of blocks that can get teams to win, or get teams some wins, but they give it away on the other end. Point guard number 12 pulls back and lets everybody set into a position. Trying to drive inside, floats it up and in, and that is a 9-zip run, and Nova with the lead, 43-42. Another nice defensive play under the basket, in Villanova keeping this Auburn offense under wraps. I mean, this is a surprising turn of events. The center with a shot, looking for some glass, but can't find it. Auburn, 2 quick passes inside. They're going to get the circus shot off. No good. And this is where Auburn's had some trouble. They've left a lot of points on the free throw line here. They've been consistently 1 for 2. The first one ties it. Second one can take the lead. And that'll at least stop the bleeding. 9-2 run for Villanova to slice that 8-point lead down to 1. Nice kick to the corner, maybe a second late, but still a good enough shot selection to get it to go. 45-44. Winding down to 2 minutes to go in the half. Kicks inside, buries it. Auburn all of a sudden getting into a bit of a rhythm offensively. Villanova now has to stay in this rhythm that they are in offensively. And the 2 quick passes will work. It actually got stolen away, knocked away, but because he dove out of bounds, Villanova will take over from the baseline. A couple of 3-point specialists on the floor for Villanova. Deflected and out of bounds. It'll stay Villanova ball. Hook shot is up and good, and the lead shifts back to Villanova, 47-46. Setting up for a nice finish here. 2 quick passes inside. Hook shots up and good. And Auburn right back out in front with a quick possession on their offensive end. And it's Villanova's turn to respond. A couple of centers and a couple of 3-point specialists on the floor for the Villanova Wildcats. Use basically the same play. 2 quick passes inside, jam it home. And it is Villanova back out in front, 49-48. Two quick passes inside, blocked at the basket. Villanova had the shot at the loose ball, but they couldn't come up with it. Driving inside, can't get the second shot to go. 2 opportunities for the Auburn Tigers, and they come away with 0 points. Villanova's got to slow it down here a little bit. They've done a better job when those fast breaks start to falter for them. So we might see a 3-second violation. We have that kind of weird glitch. They're trying to set the screen. They're calling for the ball, begging him to do anything. 13 seconds on the shot clock. Oh, for the love. Throw it, do something. It's going to be a 3. No good. It's going to be offensively rebounded. The center is going to jam it home. Whew. Villanova 51, Auburn 48. 34.8 seconds remaining in this game. Bounce pass inside. The center gets it up and knocks it through. And we should see... Yeah, we'll see the intentional foul right away. I would have been okay if they, because they were working with the pressure defense, if they tried to get a turnover before they got to half court. One more foul here will put the Villanova Wildcats on the line. 21.8 to go. The free throw is good. And the second free throw up and good as well. So 3-point game. Auburn will take a timeout. They're in the perfect position to be able to... I mean, you can even do it where you trade twos for at least a possession. Another possession. You don't have to get the 3 right here. You just have to come away with a nice 2. Or you have to go with a 3 that's a little more of a pace than this. 10 seconds. 9. This isn't what I wanted to see at all. He threw it away. You can go, if you go up the floor quickly, if you move up the floor quickly, you can do the 2 quick passes inside. And then you can match the 2. You'd still be down by 1, but you can put the pressure on them to make the free throws. Because if, let's say it's 53-52 before that last set of free throws goes down, Auburn threw this game away. Literally threw this game away. I hate it. Oh, the flip shot for maybe 2 extra points. But if you're down 53-52, you can get them to maybe miss a free throw. Then you just need either 1 if it's on the front end or the second on the back end. You could just get a 2 to tie it instead of trying to go for the 3. Auburn was right there in it until they absolutely fell apart. A terrible turnover, and then for whatever reason the game does that, where it's just like, go ahead and just wing it down the court, but it misses everybody. 55-50 your final here from Villanova. I believe Philadelphia is where they are located. Verified that the winner is Villanova. We'll submit the scores and we will move on to the big game of the day. Oregon State taking on Baylor. Get it correctly set up. I bought a little thumb drive and I went boop, bop, boop, bop. Well, there's the terrapin looking kind of scary. All right, mascot game. Oregon State's taking on the Baylor Bears. Baylor. Beavers. Bears coming up next for you. Let's get you recapped on how important this game is. Well, the Baylor Bears are a champion pick for the bad Baylor bitches or whatever it's called. I forget. The bitchin' Baylor baddies, that's what it's called. And Oregon State, well, not only is Baylor a champion pick, they are also a Final Four pick in another bracket. I believe it's the untitled bracket because they have 2 teams from Washington in the Final Four and 2 teams from Texas in the Final Four, which I found interesting. So a champion pick and a Final Four pick here for the home team. Oregon State, on the other hand, is a 2-time Final Four pick. So this is a huge game, maybe the biggest game we've had so far. With maybe the Washington State, but I still think that one was a little bit. It was one champ pick, and maybe this one is as big as the Washington State game that tipped off the tournament. We're gonna have two big games. We have two big games already set up for the round of 32. Florida and Alabama for the first game of day number 6, and Washington Duke for the first game of day number 5. That'll be Sunday and Monday here on the channel. So Oregon State and Baylor. Baylor with their big doofy heads. They look like they have a weird texture too. I don't know if it's this game or if it's a different one. I think it's this one though. They look like they're like a balloon or like a float. That's how I should have described the Nebraska. Oh, there's a nice easy pass inside. Baylor takes a quick 2-0 lead on a beautiful inside feed. The Beavers mascot is super weird because it looks like it has a super flat face, which is odd. I think it like works for Ohio because like Ohio's pretty cute. The Beaver mascot just looks weird. But that's how I should have described the Nebraska mascot that I was having trouble describing yesterday. It was like, it looks like a parade float. Or parade balloon. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade balloons. Baylor to the line to shoot 2 when they missed the first free throw. Oregon State with a nice response for the deep 3, or the corner 3 I should say. Most threes are deep because they are far away from the basket. That's why they're worth 3 points. Baylor makes 1 of 2 free throws, and they knot this game up at 3. 2 quick passes inside. Fight through a little bit of contact, and the shot is up and good. Baylor, a pretty solid color of green. They were a hot football team there for a minute, and then they weren't. It's like Oregon State's going to run that 3-point specialty play again, and they are going to bang it home for 3. Baylor running the same thing, but not quite as effectively. The pass felt like it was a little bit delayed. 5-point lead here for the Oregon State Beavers as the Baylor Bears kind of just running into their own traffic over on the one half of the floor. Now everybody's moved to the other half of that floor. The shot is blocked. It's knocked out of bounds. There is no shot clock reset, so they'd have to get a shot up quickly. It's off the rim, no good, but slammed home on the putback to cut the lead down to 3. We so far have only had 1 champion pick eliminated, and it was Gonzaga yesterday. We had 2 survive. Actually, 3, I think, survive. I think the only, Washington had a fairly comfortable victory. Syracuse barely made it out. Where were they? Ooh, baseline bandit. That was Syracuse. They beat Colorado by... Oh, no, they beat Colorado by 21. Never mind. That's right, because they looked really bad at the beginning, but it ended up not being all that awful. East Tennessee State and Alabama are the 2 teams that I'm thinking about where it's like, oof. This very easily could have been a bigger bloodbath in the first round for championship picks. The 2, cuts the lead to 3 is what I'm trying to say. Surprisingly aggressive passing here by the Beavers. Puts a shoulder in, but gets blocked anyway. Baylor opportunity to tie, or at least cut it down to 1. Well, mid-range jumpers up, and that will cut the lead to 1. 6:50 to go here in the first half. Bounce pass inside, kicks it back out. The center out by the three-point line. I don't think that's what you want. Looks like they're rotating them back toward the basket. A lot of passing out here on the perimeter for both of these teams. They're not doing a great job, at least up here, at spacing the floor. They're passing it back and forth, but it just seems like it's getting more and more cluttered. Contested three's no good, and Baylor gets the rebound. Baylor driving around, trying not to get baseline bandited. That's a nice feed inside. He's fouled on the way to the basket. He'll go to the line to shoot two. Gets the first one to tie. Second one gives him the lead. And that is indeed what happens. We have a center substitution as Oregon State trails 11-10. Quick passes inside, stolen away by Baylor, but he slipped out of bounds. It was a really nice play defensively, but he couldn't keep his big bare head in the area of play. It's a nice play by the Oregon State offense, and the Baylor Bears throw a hard foul. First personal for the center, first team foul. They are rewarded with a miss. So all Oregon State can do here is tie it up, and they're not able to do that except for they get the tip in. They ended up with the 2 points that they would have gotten from the free throws had they made them. That was a big key for Nebraska, I want to say. They were abysmal from the free throw line, but some key offensive rebounds really helped them out. Number 10 to the line as we go back and forth on free throw shooting. Everyone's favorite style of basketball. 2 free throws up and good for Baylor, showing Oregon State how it's done. You make the free throws, but you don't have to rely on offensive rebounds. Quick passing inside. Contested area down there, and really difficult to tell with those big Baylor heads. It's a nice find inside. Fights through some contact and drops it in. We're just going back and forth with 1 point leads here. 15-14 Baylor. Another feed inside, another foul. Second team foul. Number 10 picks up his first personal. Oregon State leaving yet another free throw short. They were able to get the offensive rebound to tip it in for 2 last time. Don't need it this time as they go 1 for 2 from the line. 1 for 4 on their last couple of trips. We're all tied up at 15. Full court pestering, or backcourt pestering by the Oregon State Beavers. Set the screen. Fires into the corner. Back across dangerously by everybody. Number 2 finds a center who I doubt you want out by the three-point line, but these teams just don't seem to be bothered by it. Long possession here by Baylor. They've taken over 30 seconds off the clock. Clanks off the iron, and it is no good. Both teams have been good facilitating offense down low. Shoulder into the defender right there. And it's the second time we've seen that play where Oregon State gets some good contact, offensive contact into the Baylor defender and then just throws it away. It ends up a turnover. It's a very weird. Number 4 comes away with a turnover, and he'll move it up the floor. Floats it inside to the center. Center one-on-one, spins, and almost throws an interception. Now it's the forward trying to drive inside. Got to be careful of the baseline. Tried to find the shot fading to the left, but that was the correct hand for the Oregon State defender to throw up as it is blocked. Oregon State drives to the basket, gets fouled on the way to the hoop, and it'll be 2 shots from the line. Oregon State very bad at free throws so far today. We'll see if they can iron that out. Third team foul, second on the small forward, number 10. Likely see him go to the bench after this. A friendly roll drops, and they get a 1-point lead. Second free throw is no good. We'll see a timeout here from Baylor and likely a substitution. And a backcourt violation is going to give the ball right back to the Baylor, or the Oregon State Beavers. It's a disaster. What a terrible turn of events for the Baylor Bears. They do get the turnover back their way. There's a shot that's blocked. Really good defense there for the Oregon State Beavers. Into the corner. 13 creates a little space and knocks down the deep 2. Push the lead out to 3. Weird animation there. That's a terrible throw. You can see a terrible pass. You can see it the whole way. The Beaver was in perfect position and got the steal. They're going to drive inside right into a block. The center leading the charge on the fast break. Not typically what you want to see, but it's a pretty good job to at least try to slow things up. To a bit of a bozo pass all the way across all that traffic. Nice find for point guard number 2. Or 2-point guard number 2, that is. Number 4 work with it. Bounce pass inside. Baylor just feels like they're afraid to be inside too much. They really like passing it or backing it out toward the 3-point line and working with it back there. Oregon State, good read for a 3, but it's a little strong off that back iron. Number 20 into the center. It's a bit of an errant pass, it seems, a dangerous pass. Everyone is in the same area. Somebody spread the floor. Holy moly. Sometimes it looks like there's a lot of congestion because of the size of the mascots. Everyone was in that same spot. That was why. Baylor can't get the game-tying free throw. The second free throw is up, but it is good, so they do end up getting it. 1:10 to go here in the first half. This first half has ebbed and flowed a little bit for both teams. Seen some good interior play and some good defense on either side. A lot of fouls there in the midsection, but they've slowed down here towards as we wind down the first half. Baylor is just taking some really rough shots. They're getting bailed out every now and again by a bad foul by Oregon State, but they have taken a couple of shots or made a couple of passes directly to where the Oregon State team was, the team member was. Beavers take a timeout here with 49 seconds to go in half number 1. Baylor leads by 119 to 18. They go, I believe, 1 or 2 for 4 on their little section of free throws. Quick passes inside. They are going to get the foul. And the Beavers will go to the line to shoot 2, looking for the lead. First free throw up and good. Second free throw also good. So 20 to 19. Oregon State out front. 40 seconds to go here in our opening half. Nice find to number 2. He's going to get fouled. 6th team foul. Could be a big second foul on that center. And a big missed free throw. Baylor struggling from the line. They're able to get the second one. We'll see a substitution. Number 35 will come in for number 24. Oregon State starting to pile up some fouls as we wind down the half. That's what Baylor's been doing for Oregon State, so I guess it's nice to repay the favor. You're not going to win that matchup. Under 10 seconds to go. There's a bounce pass inside. Hook shots up, but no good. Center comes up with the ball. He is going to go. It's going to be out of bounds. No foul. And Oregon State will get one last shot at a three, but way off the mark. And it will be a 20-20 game here at half. Baylor starts with the ball. I felt like kind of a dangerous pass in. Nobody was out near him to make it a nice, crisp, easy, like, okay, let's get the half started correctly. Almost a turnover, but he goes out of bounds off Oregon State. Two passes. There it is. 22-20 Baylor. Bit of a fancy finish there. Nice deflection on the little pass inside. Looked like it went off two Baylor defenders, which is unfortunate because it would have been a good turnover for them. Stays here on the Oregon State end. That's a nice jam for the Beavers. Let's go, Baylor. Let's go. I just like chanting, okay? There's a nice basket. Each team with 8 makes. 16 shots for Baylor, 16 for Oregon State, and 15 for Baylor. So the difference, I guess, would be a couple free throws or maybe a couple three-pointers. Maybe one three-pointer, one free throw. I don't know. The fouling continues here early. Feels like we've seen a lot of shots from the stripe in this one. First personal, first team foul. See how that affects the rest of this game. I don't think anybody's in like specific foul trouble. There's a couple of guys that they automatically pull them at 2 personals, like just regardless. Though I don't know that qualifies as foul trouble necessarily. I feel like 3 would be the number, especially in the first half where you go like, uh-oh, this could be an issue. 2 feels like, okay, it's precautionary at best. Bears with another long possession, finishing in a hook shot that is left well short. The Baylor Bears don't look like the most dynamic team out here. They are maybe feeling a little slow, I guess. It's taking them a long time. Maybe it's probably good defense more so than slow offense from the Baylor Bears. Just a really solid Beavers defense. There's a nice defensive play for the Baylor Bears. But it's taking them a long time to set up and get the ball where they want it to. I don't know that they really have much in the way of three-point shooting. I think that's kind of hurting them as well. They're running that play that we see so frequently, the double screen to free up the specialty shooter. But then it's getting into their hands. Maybe it's a little late, but they're not pulling the trigger on those shots. Oregon State milking some time off the clock, and it's going to be intercepted. And Baylor looking around, looking for something. Looked one way, faked the other way, and it's off the iron, no good. 24 all here with 3+ minutes gone. Driving inside. They're going to call a defensive foul. Ball's behind the backboard anyway. So it could be a big second foul here. We likely will see a substitution as Oregon State retakes the lead 25-24. Little actually, they're going to leave them in. If that Bear is to pick up the third foul, I would guess that they would get taken out from the game. Feels like a rare three-point attempt from both of these teams. Because Oregon State started with some shots deep, but Baylor I don't think has been all that consistent in trying from beyond the arc. Another missed shot. Dropped inside. 32 looking for a little bit of room. Finds some. At least gets it past the shoulder rather than the outstretched arm. So back down here for the Oregon State Beavers, who lead by 2. They're going to run that specialty play into the corner. Late rotation. The tip-in's no good. 2 shots, no points. And Baylor down by 1 possession. Well, looks like they're trying to run it. Number 20 just doesn't seem like comfortable shooting that shot, and that's what I'm talking about. That was probably the cleanest they've run that play, but I don't know that they have a single three-point specialist on the team. So they're trying to find some room on the interior. We'll get to the line with the foul, and an opportunity for Baylor to tie this game up. They started pretty good from the free throw line, but they hit some bumps toward the end of the first half. And they'll leave that one short. Offensive rebound, though. They'll get the little flip shot up, but it's short as well. These Baylor Bears tired. Just not quite getting enough on the basketball. Nope, here it is. Three-point specialist. Not even, actually. It's just a clean look at a 3 for the Oregon State Beavers, who bury it from the corner and push the lead to 4, 29-25. Offensively, I think both these teams look pretty okay in the first half. I mean, Oregon State's on pace to do about the same, but both teams just feel so much worse here in half number 2. It's a 9-5 half with about half of it gone, which if you double Oregon State's output, it's 18 points. They came out with 20 in the first half, so it's pretty close. It just looks awful. There's a 3 for Oregon State, no good. Baylor yet again getting an opportunity to try and cut into this lead. They have been held like field goal-less for a while, it seems. Got some points from the free throw line, but they couldn't even get the putback. There's a field goal that's good. 9-7 game here in the half. And a 2-point lead. Three-pointer is up, but no good. Oregon State at least willing to try the tray. Oh, it was turned over. I thought the animation actually was going to give Baylor the benefit there. But no, the Beavers take it. And it's just... Baylor is not a good team or even a fun team, I would say, to watch. They're throwing the ball all over the floor, but they're not... There it is. There's at least something. They're not... It doesn't seem like they're spacing the floor very well. And they're just... I don't know, they're trying a lot, but it doesn't seem like it's working. There's just entirely too many turnovers as they make a substitution with about 3 minutes left here in half number 2. However, both these teams in a good position as we enter that crunch time period. That's a nice block on the outside. Goes out of bounds, so it'll stay with the Oregon State Beavers. The Beavers are going to get fouled. That's a 3-point shot attempt, so they'll go to the line to shoot 3 free throws. The first one's good. The second one's no good. So it'll be a one-possession game either way. The third one's no good, and a nice rebound there for Baylor. That's a big deal. Baylor, or the Beavers, excuse me. The Beavers only coming away with 1 of 3 potential points right there. Opens the door for the tie at 32 with a beautiful bounce pass inside. And they stepped out of bounds. Oregon State just ran out of bounds for no reason. We've seen a few teams do that. It's cost other teams more dearly. Oh, Baylor's got to kick out for the 3. There was a wide open guy there. Even if he doesn't love the shot, I think you got to take it. Instead, they're trying to drive inside. Again, a guy wide open in the corner. It's not exactly what I was thinking, and they can't take advantage of the turnover. Baylor's able to tie the game, but not able to grab the lead on the dumb play. Oh, wow. That was a block, not a goaltend. I am surprised. That was close. Really close. 32-32. Baylor, oh, they had the play inside. That was a nice little mid-range jump shot. They come away with 2 points, so it's not that big of a deal, but there was a spot there earlier in that possession where there was a wide open, easy bounce pass layup too. Just like what we saw from the Oregon State Beavers. Pretty okay rotation there by Baylor, but obviously not in time. At least provided some level of resistance. 34-34. They were going to call a timeout. They are so lucky they called the timeout because I thought they were going to turn the ball back over. They got a really nice interception right there, and then it looked like he was going to step on the sideline. As Baylor turns the ball over again, looking for the lead. Oregon State slices and dices their way for 2. And we have a champion pick on the ropes here late in this one. 1:17 to go. 2-point game. They had another opportunity for that bounce pass inside. Oregon State's doing a good job defending against it. They'll try and find some loud sound there on the contact. Baylor was able to get the tie, but they just cannot find a way to take the lead. And they can't find a way to get the tie that time. Tying them up with a couple of Bears in the way. I like that there's no fouling here. It's only a 1-possession game. It's been good defensive rotation. 13 seconds on the shot clock. Trying to drive inside in the paint, back outside. Under 10 to go. It's taken away in a timeout, Baylor. That's a huge turnover. That's exactly what you're looking for. I'm glad that this game does that. I do get worried about the arbitrary amount of time left where they go oh, we got a foul. There's plenty of time for Baylor to work with as long as they don't throw it away. Trying to find the center. Mid-range jumper is good, and he's got it to tie it at 36. Oh, this could be exciting. Really excited for a team to just throw it away for no reason. 36-36. The biggest, most important game of the day. And it could come down to an Oregon State final second shot. Can they beat the buzzer? He's a little far back. He's wide open. They left him open. It's long. No. The shot doesn't count. We're going to overtime. Oregon State and Baylor. Oregon State wins the tip. We have 5 minutes of bonus basketball here. Oregon State, I thought he had a good look at a 3, but it's just a terrific closeout block. That is a really nice a really nice offensive play here. Just the way he turned, got the defender totally out of the way, forced some contact, and made the shot. So it's a 3-point play on the Baylor side of things. 39-36. Kind of forgot how long that I play the regular games. I was like, oh god. There were a couple times where we've almost had some overtimes. I'm like, is it 10 minutes or how long was it? Baylor taking over here in the overtime period. 5 straight points, 41-36. And pretty quickly we're going to get to that point where it's like, okay, Oregon State has to keep this a 1-2 possession game. And I think they do have some 3-point specialists, as we see an out-of-bounds play there. I think you can only give yourself 1 3. So I think it needs to be a 5-point spread. Nice find inside, jump step, but blocked. He's going to get the foul, and I think that's the basket as well. I'm not 100% sure, but it was a 5-point deficit. It is indeed another opportunity to 3-point play for Baylor. They are on an 8-0 run in the first minute and 2 seconds of the overtime period. Oregon State has got to go. There's another block, another bad possession offensively for the Oregon State Beavers. They will maintain possession here. Another block by Baylor, and they're out and running. Fast break opportunity for the Bears. Fouled on the way up to the basket. First free throw is good, and Baylor looking for the 10-zip run. Oh, they can't get it. Instead, it's just a 9-0 run. Just a paltry 9-0. Oregon State, though, you're really looking at, like, okay, we got to cut into this lead, and we got to go now. By the 2-minute mark, you have to have this deficit down as Oregon State commits its 14th turnover of the game. Whew. Oregon State needs 4 points by the 2-minute mark. That's a good start there defensively. Their offense has done literally nothing in this overtime period. There, they finally get something going inside. First points of the period come with 2 minutes gone. So in the next minute or so, you got to get another defensive stop or 2 without fouling. 6th team foul. We're going to quickly be in the bonus here for Baylor. Next foul actually is going to send them to the line regardless. If it's a foul on a shot going up that would have gotten 2 free throws anyway, or if it's just a reach in, they're throwing it way down the floor. Oh no. Oregon State falling apart, and the Baylor Bears are mauling them. It is a 13-2 run to blow this game wide open. 11 points. Nothing like an overtime game that never needed to be an overtime game, huh? Baylor on the fast break. They're going to get some points, and a Final Four pick is going to get... And this is not going to be like a good reflection on this game. Like, it's going to be like, oh, it was 13 points, but it was just... Oh my goodness. Oregon State, they can't get anything to fall. Huge blocks by Baylor. Huge turnovers by Baylor. There's a steal. Thought we would see some more of that. There's a nice little shot there. They need 5 points quickly. Maybe 6. 2 good defensive stands in the next 30 seconds, and I think maybe you can think about having a chance at it. But the way Baylor's been willing to play this game, and the way they've sometimes seem like that's like they just want to play like molasses. Ooh, a steal and a timeout, Oregon State. Back to the action here. We get a foul on the way up. 4th team foul, 2nd personal for number 32. Oregon State makes the first free throw. And the second one is good as well. So there's the first 2. Any kind of turnover here, maybe turn it into a 3. You have some specialists you can work with. If you're Baylor, I know you want to try and burn clock, but I think if you would try to be more aggressive toward the basket, I think that would have actually been a positive for you. Oregon State's already in the, Baylor, I should say, is already in the bonus. So they'll start shooting free throws immediately here in the overtime period. I'll push this lead back out to 11, 53 to 42. Baylor's going to have, Baylor could genuinely end up with their best section of the game. So they scored 20 points in the first half, 16 points in the second half, and they have already scored 17 points in the overtime period in like a 40% of the time. They got out to a ferocious start here in the overtime period. I was excited for some overtime basketball, thinking it was going to man, what a top 5 game. And it's like, well, no, Baylor just came out and destroyed everything. So I'll have an opportunity. They leave that front free throw a little short. Oregon State's going to take a timeout like they still have a chance. They don't. Take a timeout with them. Pause for station identification. It says youtube.com/Seannosaurus Rex. Passes inside. Fights through some contact there. Cuts the lead down to 8. We'll go with the intentional foul. And leave the free throws short again. So Baylor's had an opportunity to get this to be genuinely their best half of the best section of game of the entire game, and they've left a couple free throws short. This is what Oregon State needed probably about a minute of game time ago. There's a big 3 for Oregon State, but nothing. And I think that they will finally call it. And they indeed will. Gets a basket in to make it a little more respectable. 53 to 47. Oh, they needed this run just a little bit sooner. Baylor still does have probably their second best portion of the game with 17 points in the overtime period itself. But Oregon State is going to be eliminated. Baylor 53, Oregon State 47. Thought we'd have a more exciting 53-47, your final. Baylor advancing, verifying the winner. And a champion pick survives again, this time in overtime. Survive is a bit of a strong... That score feels like it's simultaneously representative of how close this game was, but also a misrepresentation of how close the game was. Because it was bad in the overtime period, but the regular game was perfectly fine. It was a very good game. Baylor came out on fire in that overtime period, and that will knock Oregon State out, which is a couple of people's Final Four pick. And that'll do it for them. That's going to be a big blow to one of the brackets. I think the win eventually bracket, I think that one had Oregon State deep in the tournament. Yeesh. Not good news. All right. We are moving on to our 7th game as we get set here. NC State taking on Iowa. The Iowa Hawkeyes. You know I'm a sucker for a mascot wearing a hat. Don't know why. 23rd ranked team is the host in this one. Going to Raleigh, North Carolina. And we get set for Game 7. Thanks again for hanging out, everybody. Loading screens are always the best time to subscribe. Hit that button down there. Hey, and if you're watching this on the future, if I'm doing this like as a Twitch marathon stream where I just like run a bunch of videos or whatever, because that's an idea that I have, check out youtube.com/Seannosaurus Rex. Hopefully the link is in the description down there. Or follow here, sub on the channel. Twitch is for me at the moment, the best way to do the monetization stuff, so hopefully Twitch stream's coming back soon if you're watching on YouTube. I have a thing I'm going to try this week. We'll see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just end up completely resetting my computer. Wow, a couple of missed free throws, but Iowa still gets... We got a double zero. We got a quad zero game here. Iowa State bricked 2 free throws and still got the points. And they take an early lead in this one, 2-0. Got a new external hard drive. I'm going to move all the files when I'm done recording and uploading all the videos that I made today. And then I will copy that over, and hopefully we'll be set to do that. And then hopefully, if I can clear it up enough, I will be able to take a look at a 3 for NC State. But nothing doing there. They lead 3-2 early in this one. Game number 7 of our 8-game octuple header. Bounce pass inside. Ooh, there's a nice find. And that 3 is buried by the Iowa Hawkeyes. Probably Caitlin Clark in that mascot costume. She genuinely may not have even been bored when this game came out. That's not even a joke. That's people being like, man, the first console I ever played was the Wii. And you're like, stop it, you young person. And they see the number 19 on my ID. They go, you're old enough. I'm like, well, thanks, I guess. It's a nice drive inside, but a good collapse on the defensive side to make it at least a difficult shot, if not get a hand on it. Anyway, quickly just to finish the thought, if you are watching this and you're not following me on Twitch, you should do that. The link is in the description. I need to actually fix the links because apparently you need to put the HTTPS like it's 1997. But yeah, if you can follow me on Twitch at Seannosaurus Rex. I might be streaming there hopefully soon. Maybe this week. So, yeah. But a hard drive, gonna just do a whole reset or reinstallation. Hopefully it just nukes everything and reinstalls fine. I hope. So keep an eye on that. I'm hopefully going to do that on Wednesday, so there might be some test streams on Wednesday, because Thursday what I'd like to do is stream part 5 of this, and then do MLB The Show First Look around 10 p.m. Nice find inside. And then Friday, ideally, I would do a big long stream of MLB The Show, maybe. And then Saturday we'd be back in this, and then Sunday would be a bunch of different stuff. There's a 3 for NC State. They bury it. They are on fire from beyond the arc. At least the third one I've seen made, and if they have 12 points, that could just be 4 made threes. Iowa trails by 5. There's a little mid-range jumper to cut the lead down to a 1-possession game. Quick passes inside, off the rim, no good. A second shot or a follow attempt at it is no good as well. Bounce pass inside. The forward spinning around like a maniac over there. Finds a little space and buries the 2. 12-11. Passes inside for NC State, and they're able to knock it home. Oh, there's a clean, easy bounce pass. The Baylor missed a bunch of those in the last game where it was just like, oh, you got to be a little bit quicker on the vision there. But it also seemed like that was kind of counter to what they wanted to do anyway. Oh, Iowa with an excellent steal there, but couldn't keep it in bounds. The dive steals another possession. And they'll go back to the Iowa or the NC State Wolfpack, because it doesn't matter because the. Okay, I was double checking. I was like, I was looking at them. I was like, where's the New Mexico Lobos? I think they were in one of the very early games. Yeah, they beat Wisconsin. That's right. That's right. Blocked and returned. Returned to sender. Iowa back on the offensive side. But yeah, if everything goes according to plan if everything goes according to plan and it works the way I hope it will, streams probably all weekend. 3 is no good. And probably even on Monday. I'm still going to work. I'm working on the schedule here because I've been trying to keep to a recording schedule, but it has not been working in my favor, honestly. And then if everything works super well and I can get Adobe working again, could do some vlog content and stuff like that. If it doesn't work, I'll have to just work on finding a new computer, which is fine, I guess. Second free throw is up and good, because I used to stream and record on this computer all the time, but then I don't know what happened. Probably clogged up with a bunch of crap. Bounce pass inside. Kicks back out. Blocked at the three-point line, and Iowa with a three-point lead. Coming up big defensively. It was 12-7. Since then, it's been a 10-2 Iowa run. They find inside and a nice basket there. Under the hoop, and just some good movement there to put some points on the board. Boy, it really sounds like they're saying roll tide. Roll tide. There's a 3 for Iowa. Both teams firing well from deep. 4-point lead for the Wolfpack, or for the Hawkeyes, excuse me. I'm looking at the Wolfpack. But a 4-point lead for those Iowa Hawkeyes. Third block for the center. Nice defense there. Fired a bit of an errant shot right into the side of the backboard. Iowa back on the offensive side. Well, they had a wide open guy in the corner. Instead, they threw 2 dangerous passes that almost got picked off. Stolen away by the Wolfpack, and they will try to run, but Iowa fills the gaps pretty nicely. 2 quick passes inside, going for the big slammerino, but it's blocked out of bounds. Kind of not a dangerous play, but could very easily end up back in the hands of the Iowa Hawkeyes, even though it shouldn't because of where the players were. Wild series of events there. It's tipped and bopped and shot and rebounded and passed and finally shot for a 3. Goes out of bounds off the Wolfpack, and he goes right back to Iowa on fire from 3. 23-16, 7 minutes gone here in the first half of action. 2 quick passes inside. The Wolfpack looking for a little bit of offense, but Iowa, doesn't really care. They can't get the points on the other end. Stolen away by the Hawkeyes. They can't turn it into a fast break. Good defense. Good defensive movement by the Wolfpack, but they get eaten up by this 3-point play. Whew. 26-16. This is a 19-6 run. 19-4 run, actually. It's worse than I thought it was. It was 12-7 not too long ago, but Iowa is out and running and firing from deep. There's a nice pass inside and flips off the wing and in. 28-16, so that makes it a 21-4 run. And a 12-point lead here for the Iowa Hawkeyes, who block it again, and the NC State Wolfpack are getting punched in the mouth, and they do not understand how to recover. Into the corner for three again. That one, kind of a rare miss there from Iowa beyond the arc. Both of these teams are keeping this clock moving with a lack of fouling. That's helpful. You're a host of a piece of content that's going to go over 4 hours anyway. Somehow that was out of bounds off of NC State. I don't know how that happened. Then you get an overtime period. And it's like, well, now this whole thing's all thrown off. Fouled on the way up. They'll go to the line to shoot two. My idea, though, if things work, was to actually try and run all of the parts of the Mascot Madness, which is like 16 hours at this point. Not at this point, but by the time this is over, it'll be about 16 hours. But I might run like the final, like the World Series or something as well. Because if I can get it done at a reasonable time, I can just run the YouTube videos. And then it would lead, hopefully, nicely into bounce pass inside, kick it to three. No, well, they'll kick it to them for three. Probably a better shot with the man in there, the guy in the corner. Float pass over to number 42. He gets double teamed. Trying to drive inside. It's stolen away, but NC State dives out of bounds. So it'll come back to Iowa, even though they burned the entire shot clock. If they had just let them get a shot up, it might have actually benefited NC State. So they wouldn't have had to dive for that rebound instead. Stays on this end of the floor. Does it have to run like 20 hours? Because theoretically it'd start at 10 and then I would be done. I would start streaming at 6. He just walked out of bounds. But I couldn't get up in the morning because there's not enough time between when I leave for work. I think I started at I'd start at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. to 6 p.m. would be 16 hours, right? Iowa with a big lead here was at the start of the second half. NC State, though, getting a good start with a nice inside feed and a clean 2 points. All this daylight savings time. Oh, boy. I got to go to bed soon, but I don't feel tired because daylight savings time sucks. God, I hate it. Weird setup there by NC State. Like they're trying to be aggressive, but that just creates problems for you. You have plenty of time to try and get back in this game. Fouled on the way up, and the defensive foul is the first of the second half. First personal for number 42. It'll send NC State to the line for 2 shots. You can slice this lead down to 11. And they do. Slice to 11. Going with a bit of a full court pressure here. They're trying to at least force a turnover or something, but fouled on the shot. It's weird because you saw at the start of the game, or the start of the second half, NC State got off to a good start. An interior shot that was good, easy for 2. They gave that up on the other end. They get a foul, make 2 free throws. They give up a foul on the other end. It is only a shot, 1 for 2, so that's good news for the Wolfpack, but that missed shot not helping things. Kick into the corner for 3, I think. I believe that is a 3, and it's a 15-point lead. I would be surprised if anybody has Iowa or NC State all that far. This feels like one of those games that, like, there's 6 brackets. I would guess most people would pick Ohio State or Stanford. I would guess. In that second round, it should clarify what the rest of my thought process. Defensive foul. Called for the reach in. First personal, second team foul. They were running that 3-point specialty play. There's a kick for 3. Good look, but left it short. Offensive rebound. Put back and no good. Oh. Those are the shots you have to make if you're going to start cutting into this lead a little bit. 14 points is pretty daunting, but hey, you got, my goodness. I was going to say they have, they're getting the benefit of the out of bounds, and then he almost just ran out. Fouled beyond the arc. That's a bad foul for Iowa. Second personal, third team foul. He leaves that first one short, though. The Wolfpack kind of look like polar bears. Second free throw is good. And the third free throw is no good, but they are able to get the offensive rebound. It's blocked out of bounds. You saw him kind of chase it there, which was a poor decision on his part. There's a nice shot. So they end up with 3 points. In just a mess. An absolute mess. They're down 13. I think I said they were... I think I confused my numbers there. Iowa getting points at will on the other end. Stanford's a Final Four pick, so kind of a big game there. Not the biggest game. As we are coming off maybe the most important game of the tournament with a bit of a dud here, but that's a nice follow there. Comes up with a 3-point play. It's a 12-point game. I don't know if I believe that NC State's going to have enough in the tank to get all the way back and take the lead. Though I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a run here. Iowa's been really good from 3, and that's a spot on the floor where you're not going to stay hot the whole game. Just kidding. They're going to be just fine. We'll never, ever doubt you again, Iowa. Sorry. I was like, man, he shoots for 3. I didn't even finish the thought. Lead back out to 15 points here. We're going to get another foul. And the fouls are piling up here for the Iowa Hawkeyes in the second half. 15 foul already. And I didn't compliment them that long ago on how well this game was going from a time perspective. Because they weren't fouling, and that makes it easier for the host. Not sure what NC State's plan was there, but they do get the block. That is an odd thing to see. Working around the outside. It's a shot for 2. That's pretty nice. It's a 4-zip run. I do believe NC State will have a good run to make this at least kind of interesting, but I just doubt they have it in the tank. There's a nice block. It'll stay on the Iowa end, though. But a good closeout block. They've been so good from beyond the arc. There's a miss just beyond the free throw line. Do we see a single-digit lead here for the Iowa Hawkeyes? Bounced in, and we do. 44-35. NC State max deficit, was 16 points. That I believe I read incorrectly. I think I said 14 because I think I saw the 9 in the wrong spot. Mabi. Defensive foul. Iowa keeps the ball. Second personal, second team foul. Just looking for a little pickpocket there. Passes inside, just too easy. I don't know if those are the baskets that you're okay with on the defensive side there. Like, you're not going to keep this team completely silent. And I'm sure that they've been so good from three that you probably are trying to focus your efforts on the perimeter. Weird missed basket there. Stays at 11. Bounce pass inside. The bounce pass inside blocked. And send it back the other way. I mean, I guess the difference between a 16-point lead and a 9-point lead is kind of a nice run. I thought maybe they'd make it a run to like 6, maybe 5. They're going to start to fall down here by major double digits. Whew. At least as far as basketball is concerned. NC State working down 11. Don't lose that tab. Still an 11-point deficit, but the hook shot is up and good. Back out to 13, Iowa. Dominant here. I mean, this is a weird game because it is hard to believe that there is a team there that the NC State Wolfpack led 12-7. Since then, it has been all Iowa. They have been on fire from beyond the arc. And even when I think, hey, maybe they'll pull it together, they don't. Or, if I think, hey, they'll start to cool down from beyond the arc, they don't. It's fine. Defensive foul. NC State will go to the line to shoot 2. First personal 6th team foul. And NC State bricks the first one. Going to make this an even 10-point game. And they do. 50-40. I don't know. NC State has a minute and a half maybe to try and make this interesting if they can get, 2 good defensive stops. There's one. Turn it around with a couple of 2s. Okay. All right. Okay. I just don't know that I believe in this NC State defense. Actually, I don't know that I believe that Iowa's going to stop scoring from beyond the arc. That one was not a 3, I don't think, but still a deep 2 and a quick possession there for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Trying to power in between a couple of defenders. The hook shot's up, and it's a nice finish there. 8-point deficit here. Maybe another, no, not again. It's a good steal, but they dive out of bounds and turn the ball over. I was going to say, you could probably give yourself another minute to try and get this in half. 4 points is 2 possessions. And if you're Iowa, I don't know why you're throwing the ball so wildly all over the floor. NC State's got to try and get in the passing lane and tip something away. Into the corner. They took a timeout. Oh, they took a timeout. That's huge. That is huge, because that was almost another steal that could have turned into a turnover back the other way. .52-44 shot blocked. That was kind of their opportunity there. That would have sliced it to 6 points, and then I think you could start... I think you would want to go one more defensive possession before you just give them free opportunities at 2. Oh, God, dangerous pass. 14 with a hand in his face. Can't get it. Too bad. Offensive possessions coming up empty, and that should just about do it. They're going to foul for some reason. Not sure why. This deficit's going to look a little more respectable than it probably should. Iowa was a team possessed up by as many as 16, but they leave the first free throw short. It's just that this NC State offense has been so inconsistent. They've had 2 offensive possessions in a row that was a turnover and then a missed 3. Or at least a missed deep shot. Oh, it's almost turned over immediately. There's a hook shot, no good. 3 straight empty possessions. Iowa is letting this team stick around, and that is so dumb. Even if you take 4 points on the last 2 possessions combined, you start to get into real weird and dangerous territory if you're the Iowa Hawkeyes. I think, unfortunately, this offense just isn't where it needs to be to mount a comeback. That's why you have to get between 1 to 2 possessions. And I don't think this team can really even... Sometimes, you look at it and you give, a team okay, they can do it, but they can only give themselves 1 3. I don't think this team can give themselves any 3s. I think they have to be down by increments of 2. Iowa finally makes a free throw. Looking to ice this game. They hit both of them. We'll see another timeout by the NC State Wolfpack, who again seem to think that they are in this game, but they very much haven't been for a while. Whoa! Big news in the NFL. We got Russell Wilson signing a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Which feels like I don't know. I feel like, I know people love to think that Sean Payton is an offensive whiz and blah, 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 blah. If there's anybody that can get more out of a player than is on paper, it's Mike Tomlin. I've talked about him before during the NFL 2K3 stuff as we let this game mercifully end. 54-46 is a more respectable score than it was. It looked like it was going to be earlier, but this was a dominant Iowa victory. NC State's defense let them down repeatedly, and their offense was inconsistent at best and anemic at worst. They had multiple possessions where they were either able to get a turnover or missed free throws on the first of a 1-and-1, which means that they get 0 points, and they came up with nothing. Nothing. NC State, we don't really hate to see you go, but good luck in future tournaments. Iowa 54, NC State 46. Verify the winner is Iowa. And we are on to our final game. I'll quickly finish up my thoughts there. I've talked about it during the NFL stuff where, Mike Tomlin's an incredible coach. It is unbelievable what he has done. He has never had a losing season in all his years. He has had teams that are talent, like they are depleted from a talent perspective, and they are still able to go out and perform, and it's amazing what they are able to do, what he is able to do. Russell Wilson feels like a quarterback who is the shell of his former self. He's probably an improvement over what they had there, but I don't know. It's going to be an interesting season. I'm curious to see how it goes. Be cool. I bet someone's got all the rosters updated. You could probably run some sort of Madden simulation with it. But we'll see. As for our March Mascot Madness 4 tournament, which is what we're going to get back to now, we have these very Stanford Cardinal, who you see up top. They are going to play at home to the Ohio State Buckeyes. Why is this a matchup, Sean? Why is it the matchup every single time? Every time you've done these tournaments, you've done 3 March Mascot Madnesses, 2 September Mascot Madnesses. That's 5 tournaments. These two always play each other. My mom hates these teams. She doesn't like these teams. She doesn't like the mascots. They're awful. I asked her who she would want to win if these two faced off against each other. She said nobody. It's a 0-0 tie. Everybody goes home sad. And that is why it is our final matchup of the first round. We open with the Apple Cup. We close with this monstrosity. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Stanford Cardinal. Now, the Stanford Cardinal are a Final Four pick going into this game, so it does have a little bit more oomph to it. We've seen 2 Final Four picks go down. Minnesota lost by 4. Oregon State got crushed in the overtime period. They ended up losing by 6. A more respectable score than what it really was. We've actually had 2 more. Actually, no, that's not fair. It's kind of a more respectable score than what it was, but it also was like it was a really good game. They just got crushed in 1 5-minute period. It was very weird. So do we have a third Final Four contender going down? Let's find out now as we are in the Maples Pavilion, blocked and stolen away by the Ohio State Buckeyes, and we have a sloppy start for both of these teams. Stanford and Duke seem to be the 2 teams that have the hanging basketball net or hoop that has the shot clock on a side of it rather than in the center. Stanford looking around for somewhere to go, but can't find anything. So Ohio State defense, finally gives up a little bit of a lane, and that is a nice, easy flip in for the trees. We have our first points, just under a minute gone in the first half. Who will punch the 32nd and final ticket to the round of 32 next Sunday and Monday right here on youtube.com/Seannosaurus Rex. Scroll down, subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified when I post new videos. Will it be on Twitch? I don't know. I'd like to think so. It's a little bit of a late pass on that 3-point specialty play. I'd like to see a quicker read and a better, little crisper of a pass there. And bing, bang, boom, you have a good look at a 3. Ohio State's defense, though, doing a nice job here. Those Buckeye heads providing a lot of resistance against this Stanford offense. They're going to go to the line to shoot 2. First one's good. And the second free throw is good as well. Stanford quickly out for, well, not quickly. Let me rephrase. That is not, in no way, shape, or form was that quickly. They are out to a 4-0 lead, though. 8:14 to go here in the first half. A little bit of backcourt presence there. Full court pestering, as it were. Anyway, will it be streamed on Twitch? Maybe, I don't know. If it is streamed on Twitch, it'll be hopefully Thursday and Saturday. With a bigger stream, kind of a variety stream on Sunday, including NFL 2K, more MLB The Show 24, and something else. But I don't know what. We're getting to the point where I was kind of looking at the open dates as Ohio State 1 for 2. It's a very weird 1 point on the scoreboard there. 4-1 lead. Looking at April and going like, oof, there's a lot of open dates here. At least with March, 8 of those dates were taken up with this, which makes that a lot more manageable, it feels. There's a nice blocked shot. We did just get the announcement, though, that Paper Mario 1000 Year Door is coming out May 23rd. Get hyped. Driving inside, kicking for a deep 2, and it's 6-1 Stanford. We do this next year, I'll try to get all the teams' records and everything, so I'll have an idea of kind of who's good and who's bad. I usually have those, but I don't know where my notebooks were. I didn't think about it. But I could set this tournament up now for the next one and do all of the work now, and then it'd be done. Kiss off the glass, and Stanford pushes that lead back out to 4. 8-4 here. Bopped off the tree branch of the Stanford tree. Stolen away. There at the midcourt logo. Backs down his man. There's a nice shot from Stanford. Stanford's looking okay here in the opening couple of minutes. It was a slow start for them offensively, but there they go. Trying to kick it for the 3-point specialty, but they're one of those teams running it in a weird way that they're not giving it to a 3-point specialist. It's just some guy with a shoe. A speed demon. It's not what you're looking for. Oh, wide open in the corner, but they don't take the shot. Bounce pass inside the center. Leaves it short, comes in again off the rebound. The forward now with an opportunity in the third shot. Finally good, 12-4. I gotta remember when Hellblade's coming out too. That'll help with May a little bit. Bounce pass inside. Backs out to beyond the arc for 3. Floats it inside of the center, who is somehow a 3-point specialist. Would that be like a Greg Oden, maybe? Who's on the cover of 2K8? Is that Greg Oden? There's a nice little shot there from Stanford, but rims out, no good. Cardinal out to a 8-point lead here. That's good news for the bracket who has that. I forget exactly who it is. I'll get you more in-depth analysis after this game. And there's a nice rebound and a foul. Second team foul for Ohio State. First personal. They'll go to the line to shoot 2, but can't get the first one to drop. Can't get either of them to drop. The offensive rebound can't get there. And Stanford, despite all their attempts at a basket, comes away empty-handed. Bounce pass inside and jammed home by a big dumb Buckeye. It looks really weird when the basket bounces like it's hanging. Because it doesn't look like it's natural. It looks like the metal of the back is springy. It's like, that looks weird. Ohio State using good defense here to regain possession of the ball. Looking for 1-2 to cut the lead down, but they can't get it. It's blocked. They come away with the loose ball. 1-on-1 here. Buckeye on tree. Kicks it out to number 0, who backs back into 34, and that's slammed home. Again, the basket goes wild. A couple of nice baskets. This is, what a team like NC State needed. I think you really want to give up that on the defensive side, but I think you're okay with it. just a couple good defensive possessions turn it into some points on the other side. So we have like somebody hit some butter. I don't know what was going on, but that Buckeye looked like he was glitching all over the floor. There's a huge three for Ohio State, and they've got this lead down to 1 with a little over 3 minutes to go in the first half. Oh, Stanford, had something going on the left side, far side. Nice, strong attempt to get to the basket, but fouled on the way up. He'll shoot 2. First one's no good. And the second free throw is good. I think they're 1 for 4 on their last couple trips to the free throw line. Helps push this lead out to 2. And blocked at the top of the key. It's not going to be much of a fast break. They're going to try and get inside, but smartly kicks it out to number 11, who is a three-point specialist. See if they can get something set here. Finally starts to dribble. They're looking for that three-point play. But not giving it to who it probably should be given to. Ohio State gets a hand on it, but it floats out of bounds. They'll stay with Stanford. Stanford up 2. Trying to drive in with the center, but he throws an interception. Trying to find someone in the corner. It's one-on-one in the backcourt. Tree looks so stupid. The Stanford tree is awful. It's awful. Tries to get the flip up, but no good. The rebound, though, and the tip in. That works. They were talking about, here we go, Michaels. I was like, oh, the craft store? They're talking about Michaels? Here we go, Michaels. We're going to Michaels. Gonna buy a sewing machine. I hate you, Joanne. Joanne Fabrics, you suck. There's a mascot. What's the Michaels mascot versus the Joanne Fabrics mascot? A lot of clutter there, but somehow the Stanford Cardinal able to dice their way through and slam it home. 19-15. Ohio State's done a great job to get kind of back into this game. Like Stanford was really taking control. They chipped away at that lead. They were able to get it to a tie, but couldn't get the lead. They're leaving another shot short. Stanford, good job being resilient, and that is a really nice fast break that did not look like it was going to be a fast break. Use the speed, slice the defense, and pushes the lead out to 6 with under a minute to go here. Bounce pass inside. The Buckeyes looking for something, but kind of in that weird glitch spot. It's a good offensive play there. I think that's where they should be going. Ohio State 7 for 16, Stanford 9 for 18. There's a look for 3, and he got it to push the lead to 7. This would be an actual, matchup. I don't know why Stanford went to do that. They're going to give the ball back to Ohio State on their side of the floor. Opportunity for the final shot of the half. It's a three-point specialist. He's going to get blocked. 1 second to go. Ohio State's still going to have a shot at a final basket here. Calling for the ball. Looking for it. Got it. Got the shot. 24-19. I think he got it. I'm pretty confident that he got it. I'm not 100% though. But I feel confident that he did. Point guard number 10. As Ohio State looking to start strong here. They cut that lead down to 7. Or 5, excuse me. Good math, Sean, and I think that's your double dip. That's what you're looking for. Basket right at the end of the half, basket at the start of the half, and you've cut a touchdown lead to a 3-point lead. A touchdown to a field goal. There's Stanford for 3. It's a little long off the back iron, and Ohio State comes away with a rebound. Ohio State, that's a 3, and they have a 7-0 run to tie this game up. Center taking kind of a deep 2 right there. Now, we have seen Ohio State able to tie this game up, but we haven't seen them take the lead. They've erased a bit of a deficit, and they're able to find their way to a tie. This is going to be their opportunity for that lead. I don't think it's their first lead of the game, but we've had trouble kind of finishing off those runs to get into the position. They get the run to tie, but they can't get the run to take the lead. They missed the free throw and the putback. Oh, could be a big miss for Ohio State. We've seen a couple of teams that have had a little bit of trouble with that. There's a 3 for Stanford, but it's no good. Uses the screen, working it around. Oh, it's deflected by Stanford. It'll go out of bounds, and it'll say Ohio State ball. We'll throw it in from where it went out of bounds, which was pretty far back. Kind of a good job there by Ohio State, who misses that shot. The tip in, no good, and it's rebounded by Stanford. Good job by Ohio State. They kind of just watched it go out. I don't know if that's intentional. I kind of doubt it. Sometimes these players make very dumb mistakes. Looking for that 3-point specialist. Pass wasn't crisp, and that pass was even worse because it was a turnover. Second turnover of the half for Stanford already. And there's a turnover for Ohio State. They're going to go with a fast break. Up and in, and Ohio State erased that 7-point deficit. They'll end up down 2. Here it is, Ohio State. They're running the 3-point special. No. I thought they it was interesting because it looked better, and then it was just a slow pass, a late decision or something. It was weird about that setup, and then because Stanford was able to get in the way, did you want to take that 3? He took it. We've seen success with the man in the face, or the mascot in the way. But couldn't get it. It was wide right the whole way. Looking for number 15. They're going to kick it over to number 0. He can't get it wide right again. Ohio State just cannot get the lead. Stanford doing a good job kind of weathering this storm. They're going to call it defensive foul. That play feels so 50-50. It looks like it should be an offensive foul, but it's not called an offensive foul all that frequently. Oh, he's going to take a deep 2. No. I think the crowd chanted like it was a 3, but it definitely wasn't. Even with the mascot feet problem, which is pretty consistent in this game, especially for teams like Oregon that have big old webbed feet, that's almost turned in. It'll stay Ohio State ball. Both teams just throwing up brick after brick, and we are stuck in the 28-26 game. Tipped. What a bizarre shot that was. I'm surprised the baseline bandit didn't get another one. As we work back up the floor for Ohio State. Somebody has to score eventually, right? Wrong, right? Wrong, right? Wrong. Goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness. How many shots? That was 3 shots for Ohio State there on that possession alone. fallen away, but blocked. Center comes up with it, and they'll slow things down a little bit. They maybe thought about. Oh, there's finally a basket. Thought about maybe the fast break. Fight through the contact, no foul. Ohio State mercifully breaks our scoreless streak, and they're able to tie the game. There's a nice shot on the other side. She bullied that Buckeye down, and no offensive or defensive foul called there. Just Stanford regaining their 2-point lead as I punched the table on accident. Couple passes inside. It's going to be well contested by the Stanford Cardinal. Not sure if it's a block or just a miss. Either way. Stanford now on the offensive side. The refs apparently have swallowed all of their whistles. We've seen some hard contact, letting them play, which is probably a good thing, especially considering how late it is and how early I have to be up. Missed shot. I don't know that that went in. It is 30-28. Ohio State makes the first free throw. Second free throw will tie it. It's short. They tip it in, and Ohio State has the lead. 18 points for number 0. 13 points, excuse me, for the rest of the team combined. That's bad. I don't want to tell you how to play a sport that I don't play, but I feel like one person having over 50% of the points, not a great strategy. Ohio State lost the ball. It'll be turned over to the Stanford Cardinal. Ohio State's going to work with a bit of a full court press here. Feels like it's going to be hard to pick either of these teams over Iowa. I think Iowa can be a little vulnerable because their 3 points won't always get off to that good of a start or stay that hot. So I think you could look at that team and go like, I don't know about them, but the way these two teams are playing and how effective they were offensively and defensively, there's an offensive foul on that play. I think it's hard to pick against them. Neither of these teams look very proficient from the offensive side of the ball. That almost went to the Ohio State Buckeye. It's the second time we've seen that where it's just kind of like a weird bounce, and the player that's closest to it, as we see a 3 from Stanford, no good. We look at a player just not driving on the ball. They're the closest player to it. Was Greg Oden number 34? I can picture him on the cover at 2K8, which is like that weirdly expensive sports game because it was the last one. 33-30. Stanford not looking good here in the second half. Ohio State doesn't look good either, but comparatively they look incredible. Final 4 pick on the ropes with a couple minutes left here. That's a big alley-oop right there. And of all of the plays for them to run effectively, that kind of play was not what I anticipated. 33-32, 2.5 to go. Bounce passes inside, a foul on this shot, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. Third personal foul for number 52. Ohio State buries the free throw. Misses the second, and it's a timeout, Stanford. 2:22 to go here. I'm going to try drinking some water. Hopefully I don't choke and die. Stanford, I just want it to be known, Stanford called the timeout and then immediately threw an interception and gave up 2 more points. Can't get anything going inside, and Stanford had a really good run early in this game, but it was 20 I mean, it was deadlocked. It was like 28-26. And since then, it has been a 12-4 run in favor of Ohio State, to the tune of a 6-point lead for those very Buckeyes. Fall away 2 is no good, but the tip in is good. And one of the things that you could talk about here with this game is both teams have managed to stay close to each other. Almost a backcourt violation. He's going to take a 3. It's way off the mark. That was an awful 3. We have seen Ohio State take some bad 3s. That was somehow the worst. Oh my goodness. Stanford now having to deal with the full court pressure. They've already turned the ball over that led to the easy 2. Oh, dangerously close to the backcourt violation for the Cardinal that time. Oh, they're going to go for the specialty 3, and he got it, 38-37. We setting up for a fantastic finish here? Probably not. These teams are both idiots. They're going to ruin it somehow. Quick passes inside. Shot well wide. Timeout Stanford. Now, I do think that the game calls timeouts a little too quickly. There were a couple of times where we saw them not call a timeout. I'm trying to look at the bracket to determine which games those were. Get away from me, bug. But I think that's a time where you maybe just kind of let your players play. I told you, I knew they were going to do something stupid. Both of these teams were going to do something stupid, and that's what it was. It was a backcourt violation. Oh my goodness. The shot's no good. It's offensively rebounded and put back in. Ohio State leads by 3. Teams are like, it seems like teams are at their dumbest when you call a timeout. I thought they threw it. I thought they threw an interception. There's a nice find. Oh, he's going to drive inside. Got it. Whew. That one hit a lot of the rim. Friendly home bounce. Now, the shot clock will have a literal half-second difference here, so I think maybe you pressure, trying to force a turnover before they got past half court. I don't think that's terrible. If you try to let them get it to half court. Probably a little long on the free throw attempt, or the foul, the intentional foul. Stanford taking advantage. Again, they're calling timeouts probably a little too quickly. They only have 1 left. We don't usually see that be a problem. Oh my God, they threw it right into double coverage. And then he picked up the ball right at the half-court line, which is awful. Kick out to number 21 with a Buckeye on him. Can't get it to fall, and they're going to go to the line to shoot a 1-and-1. Stanford only 1 timeout remaining. 10.1 seconds to go. The second free throw is good. That should be game. Stanford threw this game away with the 2 moron plays. One, they threw an interception immediately on an inbound pass, which is just the worst play in the world. And then they had the backcourt violation. They do not have any more timeouts. They have to get this up. It's a 3. It's no good. Stanford falls by 4. It's the Ohio State Buckeyes. Stanford looked awful in the second half. Ohio State did not look much better. I don't think either one of these teams is going to beat Iowa, and I would not be surprised if it is ugly. Wouldn't be surprised at all. So let's get this marked down. 43-39. Verify that the winner is Ohio State. We will submit the scores, and that is going to do some damage as we see 3 Final Four teams eliminated today. 1 champion pick survives. And we are all set for round 2. Round 2. We're halfway home, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Let's do this. Let's scroll up here. I will get you prepped with our first matchup of round 2. Actually, probably, I don't know if I'll take you through all of them. I'll give you the names of them. I don't need to show off all the mascots, but it'll be the Washington Huskies taking on the Duke Blue Devils. That'll be the number 1 matchup here. We'll also have in part 5, we'll have this game, first game up. We'll have Memphis and Ball State, Georgia Tech taking on Connecticut, Penn State taking on Mississippi, Syracuse and Texas. That's a big one. That is my champion pick and another person's at least Final Four. I don't think we have 2 champion picks yet, but that's a big one. That'll be games. So games 1 and games 4, that part, are big. Louisville taking on New Mexico, South Carolina and Oklahoma, and then Arizona and California in a Pac-10 matchup to round out part 5. To start part number 6, we are going to lead off with a very important game. Champion pick Alabama taking on Final Four pick Florida. Ohio is taking on Nebraska, Missouri and Maryland. East Tennessee State, a champion pick that's just barely survived, as did Alabama. They are taking on UNLV. UCLA and Arkansas. Temple and Boston College. Villanova and Baylor. Champion pick Baylor. Iowa and Ohio State. Wrapping up today's games, we had UCLA just beat the doors off. Actually, no, they didn't really beat the doors off. Clemson was a terrible team. UCLA beat Clemson by 16 points, 41-25. Arkansas over Kansas, 55-41. Temple beats Oregon, 46-42. Boston College over Minnesota, 41-37. Villanova beats Auburn, 55-50. Baylor, they won by 6. They crushed in the overtime period, but it was a very good game, 53-47 over Oregon State. That is a champion pick defeating a 2X Final Four pick. Iowa took out North Carolina State in what was a really dominant 8-point victory. And then Ohio State comes back and upsets Stanford at home. That is a Final Four pick down. So, without further ado, let's pull up all of the brackets here. And I'll switch over to this camera for you so you can see me in all my full screenness. I think I reloaded this, so this should be correct, I hope. I don't know if I did reload it. Hold on, please hold. I don't think I did. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I have... Hold on. We'll close all these tabs. This is a bad idea. This is not going well. Boop, bop, beep, boop, pow. Points are going to double here in round 2. That's how I do the brackets, is make sure that I am making the point values more valuable. If you can get some points, this is more of a crapshoot sort of thing rather than like actually trying to, it's not like an actual tournament where you have 1 point because you won or whatever. First up, we have Untitled. They are still in first place. They have a score of 18. So they cooled off there in the third and the fourth parts. But the score potential is still pretty good at 134. It was a pretty brutal day for them. They went 3-5 today. They got UCLA, Baylor, and Iowa, but they missed a big string of 4 with Kansas, Oregon, Minnesota, Auburn, and then they missed Stanford as well. They have Baylor and Iowa, so Baylor's kind of their big pick going all the way to the Final Four. So that was a really big win in overtime for them. Not the most important, because we do have Baylor as a champion pick, but there you go on that one. In second place, we have those very bitchin' Baylor baddies. They are in second with 15 points. Had a great day today. Went 5-3. Got both UCLA and Arkansas. Missed Oregon. How should I do this? They got UCLA, Arkansas, Boston College, Baylor, and Iowa. They missed Oregon, Auburn, and Stanford. And Stanford was kind of a pick that they didn't really have going any further because they have Baylor. So didn't lose anybody too big. They still have some picks that can do some damage for them, get them some points. And like I said, point values double here in round number 2. And I believe that means that both of them, because that's the Untitled has Baylor in the Final Four, and then that means that that's 2 people that don't have the oh well, never mind. My thought is wrong. Ignore it. Third place is I'm Going to Win. They are in third with 15 points. Score potential of 103 points. Not the greatest day in the world for them. It's a 2-6 day. UCLA and Villanova came through for them. Kansas, Oregon, Minnesota, Oregon State, and Stanford. Oregon State, NC State, and Stanford all let them down. And they're going to be kind of wanting to ride the UCLA train. But they're not going to get a whole lot of points once this section of the bracket comes back around. Next up, we have Ryan Sucks, 4th place with 13 points, a score potential of 125. This second half of the first round was brutal. Going back to yesterday quickly, just to kind of paint the picture of how bad this round was for them. They got Alabama, Florida, and Ohio the first 3 games of yesterday's, and didn't get a single one right past that. And you go into today, they missed Clemson, they missed Kansas, Oregon, Minnesota, Auburn, NC State, and Stanford. The big one for them is that Stanford pick. That was a Final Four pick. The only team they got was Baylor. And Baylor they only had going to that round of 32. So this second half was awful. They went 4 and 12 here on the back end, which isn't great because they actually were looking pretty okay after the first little bit. So yeah, their champion is in. They have the champion of Alabama, so they're going to really need them to pull through. And that is, I believe, again, the first game of part number 6. Okay. If I didn't mention it, the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies have a 137 point potential, which is currently the highest. In 5th place, we have Will Win eventually maybe, 13 points with a 59 point potential. Not a terrible day. It's a 3-5. They got UCLA. They missed they got UCLA, Boston College, and Iowa. They missed Kansas, Oregon, Auburn, Oregon State, and Stanford. Oregon State was the big one for them. They had Oregon State all the way into the Final Four. So I think Arizona's alive. Arizona is who they're going to be needing to win. And they could be looking at trouble as early as the final game of part 5. So yeah, if you lose some of your teams early, it's not great. I'm still languishing in last place. I have 12 points, which is not good because there are 32 picks, which means I went 12 and 20, which is gross. Today wasn't all that bad for me. I think I went 5 and 3, which is pretty good. I had UCLA, Temple, Villanova, Baylor, and Iowa. I missed Kansas, Minnesota, and Stanford. Unfortunately for me, I picked Stanford to go further than I should have. And Minnesota was my Final Four pick in this area, so I can pick up some points with Baylor. Baylor, and that's about it. Because I had Kansas beating UCLA. I had Minnesota. Oh, God. Oh, goodness. So, yeah, this one, not good. But at least, hey, finally having a good day there for me. Still am in last place, though. If I didn't mention it, I should. Point potential is 118, but not looking great. Not looking great. So there you go. That catches you up on all the standings, all the scores, all the everything that you need to go into part number 5 with all the knowledge. I'll update you again on the standings and all that stuff as we move forward. 6 picks or 6 points at this point separate first from last, so nobody's out of it just yet. There's some low point potentials, but we'll see what happens there. I will keep an eye on it, and I will try to do a little bit better at pointing out the more important games. I like to pick the champion picks and the Final Fours here in the early part, and I'll try to dive in a little bit deeper and see who needs what to try and make a run to win March Mascot Madness. Thank you again so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, give this video a thumbs up, and if you'd like, you can subscribe right there where the gameplay was. That helps the channel out. It means a lot to me because I very much appreciate it. You can watch more March Mascot Madness or Mascot Madness in general right here. You can check out some baseball up here. Be sure to check Twitch later this week to see if I'm streaming. Otherwise, all the videos will just go up on their regular Sunday and Monday slot. Thank you again for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll see you another day in a different video. Good night, good sports. Goodbye.